are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you!
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
When the markets open for their new trading week later this morning, they'll look to continue what was a good day on Friday. The Dow was up 247 and finished just over 40,000, just 3 points from a record high. The S&P 500 was up 31, the NASDAQ gained 115. Inflation at the wholesale level, the producer price index, rose 0.2% last month and was up 2.6% year to year for the month ending in June. BlackRock and Goldman Sachs will issue earnings reports today. Tomorrow we'll get retail sales figures minus auto sales for June. Wednesday, we get housing start details for last month. And on Thursday, the weekly unemployment figures and the latest leading U.S. economic indicators. And tomorrow, Wednesday, Amazon holds its latest Prime Days event. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
An assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump has left many wondering how could the Secret Service allow such an oversight.
And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Rally attendees stating they tried to alert law enforcement to the gunman before shots were fired. One witness told the BBC after the shooting,
"We noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle, absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle."
And as congressional Republicans have vowed to investigate the incident thoroughly, they are also ready for their national convention in Milwaukee. Ahead of the convention, a call from both sides of the political aisle is being heard around the nation to tone down the rhetoric surrounding the 2024 presidential election. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro addressed his state Sunday.
Political disagreements can never, ever be addressed through violence. Disagreements are okay, but we need to use a peaceful political process to settle those differences.
Many watched the assassination attempt live as they were confused and shocked by what they witnessed.
I had just done an hour of live coverage. We were doing a special broadcast here in Milwaukee since I happened to be here.
Fox News Sunday anchor and host of the Livin' the Bream podcast, Shannon Bream.
And we wanted to cover that rally because it was the last one President Trump was doing before coming here to the RNC, and also on the off chance that he might possibly reveal his vice presidential pick. So we had just tossed to the rally to our Alexis McAdams, the correspondent we had there on the ground. And President Trump had just started, but none of us left. I was still in the chair with my earpiece in, my mic on. Our control room was fully staffed because it was live coverage for us, and we were going to wait and wrap out of it when President Trump was done. But as I was sitting there and we're all kind of chatting around, do we take a restroom break? What do we have time for? I quickly heard those pops and saw the president go down behind the podium. And I'm saying, oh no, oh no, oh no. And everybody's looking at me, those who didn't have the audio on or weren't looking at the screen, and they quickly knew something was very wrong. So we jumped into action, and I thought, my heart was pounding out of my chest. What have I just seen? Did the president drop down behind the podium because he knew it was the safe thing to do? Had he been hit? Did the Secret Service take him down behind that podium? And it seemed like a lifetime waiting for him to stand up. And again, he was completely surrounded. So at that first blush of it happening in real time, we couldn't tell if he was injured. We saw his fist up. And so we knew that he was coherent, that he was conscious. And it seems now in retrospect, what slowed them down in getting off the stage is that he wanted to let people know he was fine. They're trying to move him along. We could hear the audio of them saying, "Are you ready? Let's move, let's move." And they didn't right away. So we're just trying to figure out in real time what's happening and realizing our viewers are experiencing this in real time too. And we need to quickly jump in and pick this coverage up. And luckily, nobody had gone anywhere, so we were able to do that right away.
Let's talk about that image of the raised fist for former President Trump. And shortly after, as he was being ushered off the stage, that chant, USA, USA, started. That will become an iconic image for a lot of people, especially who were at that rally, who were watching the rally. What do you think will be the sort of the legacy of that image?
I think it's that in a moment when people were probably shell-shocked and terrified, he wanted to telegraph to them, I'm tough, I'm okay. We now know, in watching the video back, he's holding up his fist and saying, fight, fight. And I think he wanted to encourage them, I'm okay, this is not over, I am with you. And, you know, like you said, that the picture that there are several different images, but of kind of that same frame of the bright blue sky, the flag behind him, him bloodied on his face, raising his fist there as Secret Service is trying to move him off the stage. That moment, I think, is going to be what his supporters have always felt about him, is that he is a fighter. That's what they love about him, that his base feels like he's fighting for them. And I think for them to see that he was in that moment defiant and strong, that kind of sums up the way that he campaigns and the way that he operates as the man Donald Trump, but also the president Donald Trump.
He has talked about unity in many of his rallies and being united. And there are those who will vote for him, who will be unified behind him, those who won't, who will not be unified behind him. But that image, did it go where he wants to take it to bring unity among those who support him as he heads towards Election Day?
Well, I've heard from folks who lean conservative, have voted Republican, maybe even voted for him in the past, but were very weary from the drama that came with his administration and really didn't know where they were going to go this time. We've all done the articles and done the reports on the double haters, and people were like, I don't like either one of these choices. The polling has shown us that for more than a year. But I heard from some of them last night, after this happened, I will vote for him. I feel like they're telling me the party's been a bit divided. There was the Nikki Haley faction. She's now going to speak at the convention and has released her delegates and said it's time to support President Trump well before the shooting. But I got this sense from talking to some of these folks who were on the fence about staying home or what do they do. Some of them have told me this solidifies now for them that they think they will vote for President Trump. So I think for people who probably leaned in that direction but were hesitant, may push them that way. I don't know about that middle, that independent streak of voters there who really aren't thrilled with either option. It'll be interesting to see where they settle and if this moment in history impacts the way they do or don't decide to show up at the ballot box.
I'm going to ask you about the convention coming up in a bit, but I still want to really kind of drill down on this event on Saturday, because a lot of criticism, a lot of scrutiny, maybe is a better word at this point, has come towards the Secret Service and the planning, the response. I had a chance to talk on Sunday with Congressman Mike McCall of Texas, who is chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, but is also on the Homeland Security Committee, who is going to be part of a larger House investigation into what happened, looking into several agencies. What do you think the House is looking to find out? Do they want to drill down on just sort of the mechanisms of what led up to this and find out the procedures that sort of brought us to that point?
I think so. And also, I think we've got some conflict in reporting out there, and they want to get to the truth. There had been sources that had said Saturday night, they had told some folks at the Federalist and some other outlets that there had been requests from the Trump campaign for heightened additional resources and security. The the Secret Service came out and said that is absolutely false. We have always ramped up candidates' protection. We did that this June. There are special teams. The further we get into, an election and through these conventions and getting down to the actual vote casting, we know things are heightened, and we do provide the protection. And there were no, in their statement, they said on Sunday morning, there were no requests that were unaddressed or unfulfilled with respect to the Trump campaign. In fact, that they had heightened the protection. So I think that's one of those things lawmakers are going to want to get to. Okay, if there were requests, let us see the paper trail and how they were answered. Was there miscommunication somewhere? Who's telling the truth? Is the truth caught somewhere in between? But it sounds like that 3 different committees are already planning 3 different looks to the FBI, to DHS, to all kinds of different parts of this equation. And I think it's a very popular thing when something goes wrong to have these hearings, to immediately try to get answers when people are emotional, they are frustrated and angry and upset. And sometimes they make for good hearings, but they don't actually get to the content of what's happening. You may have people who will show up there on the Hill and say, I can't speak to that because there's an ongoing investigation. And I think people are very tired of seeing congressional hearings and investigations and getting great sound bites, but not really getting accountability. I think that's one thing that tends to impact Congress's approval rating, because people see all of this kind of smoke and fire and fury. But what they want is accountability. So it'll be interesting to see if Congress can get to that. We know that on oversight, Chairman Comer has already said July 22nd, when the convention is over, he wants the director of Secret Service on the Hill answering questions. That'll be appointment viewing if it happens.
And I'm sure a lot of people will be looking forward to seeing that, because a lot of Americans want answers just the same as the members of Congress do. I do want to get to the convention where you are in Milwaukee. There will be a very large gathering of Republicans who will nominate a president and a vice president. We still, at this point, don't know who that is, but by Monday, we may have a pretty good idea, if not already know who it is. But I want to ask about and something you mentioned just a little bit ago, that Nikki Haley will be speaking at the convention. She has been offered an invitation. What does that say to you that she is now being brought into the fold?
I do think it's going to get to that message of unity, or that theme that, the pundits out there are advising President Trump keep that message up. If you're following his social media, he's used that word unity and unite many times in the last several hours since the shooting. And I think that it's very much an olive branch to say, all right, let's bring this party together. If you are conservative, if you like our ideals, we have very different candidates that made it through different portions of the primary, but and Nikki Haley was second only to President Trump as she stayed in the race and continued to collect delegates. Let's come together. She said, a couple of weeks ago, as we said, she was releasing her delegates. She was voting for President Trump. And then we got news that she wasn't invited to the convention. So don't know if that was fact or fiction, but now we know she is, and that she's going to have a prominent speaking role one night this week. So I think it's very much going to go to that theme that the Trump campaign is really going to try to stress, like, let's all come together. This is a wake-up call a bit for, trying to bury our differences and move the party forward together, although we have some very different factions within the party.
We will, of course, be watching the convention to see exactly how the Republican Party paints this nominee as we head towards the general election. You can always see Shannon Bream with her excellent Supreme Court reporting. You can see her host, Fox News Sunday. And if you go to foxpodcast.com, you can always listen to the Live in the Bream podcast as well. Shannon Bream, thanks for joining us on the Fox News Rundown.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code CORE, or text CORE to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code CORE.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text CORE to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. If you drive a car, you want it to last a long time and not cost you lots of money in the long run. You need to get your car serviced at United Tire and Service. I get my car serviced at one of their 10 locations throughout the Delaware Valley. You should too. Right now, get an oil change on any make or model, and they'll do a free summer trip check so you're ready to hit the road. 20-point safety check, brakes, belts, important fluid levels, lights, even the spare tire. To find the location nearest you, go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hey, Philly. In the city of brotherly love, the only thing we love more than our teams is great savings. And with unlimited welcome from Verizon, you can save big, even if you're on a single line. For a limited time, single lines start at just $50 a month when you bring your own phone. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, that's a savings of $15 a month. And when you switch now, you can save on the things you love, like Netflix and Max, all on the most awarded 5G network. Now that's a real win. There's never been a better time to switch to the network America relies on. But this offer won't last long. Visit your local Verizon store to switch and save big today. $180 BYOD promo credit and $360 local promo credit applied over 36 months. For new customers with one new line with your own 4G, 5G phone on unlimited welcome plan required. Additional terms apply. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. $10 a month for each MyPlan perk. Additional terms and conditions apply per perk.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Investigators work to find a motive behind 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks' assassination attempt on Donald Trump at Saturday's rally in Butler, PA. President Biden urges Americans to reject political violence in favor of civil dialogue. Activists in Milwaukee outside the GOP convention plan to carry on their protests despite the shooting.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Fox News. I'm Deborah Valentine. Former president and presumptive GOP nominee Donald Trump arrived in Milwaukee, Wisconsin for today's start of the Republican National Convention. Fox's Jared Halpern.
Former President Trump will accept the Republican nomination for a third time here Thursday night. Between now and then, Republican National Committee Chairman Michael Whatley says the party will make the case to send the former president back to the White House.
You know, we have a job to do, and so we're very excited.
Republicans launching an investigation into Saturday's assassination attempt against former President Trump.
House Speaker Mike Johnson spoke to Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. We're told he had pointed inquiries about security failures. There are mountains of questions.
That's Fox's Chad Pergram reporting. America is listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The start of the Copa America final between Argentina and Colombia was delayed 82 minutes after law enforcement officials said thousands of fans without tickets stormed the gates, with some breaking through. Once things got going, it was scoreless into extra time until Lautaro Martinez delivered the winner in the 112th minute, giving Argentina its 30th Copa title. Meanwhile, Spain wins the Euro Championship, beating England 2-1 on a Mikel Oyarzabal goal in the 86th minute. 21-year-old Spaniard Carlos Alcaraz also had a big Sunday on the tennis court, beating Novak Djokovic for his second straight Wimbledon championship. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Greg Thompson, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
If you look at three levels of being a talent anywhere you are, you've got loyalty versus your actual talent versus popularity. How many people watch you? How many people care about what you say? Whether they love what you're saying or they hate what you're saying, how many people pay attention? How good is the show that you host? How good are you at hosting that show? Loyalty is the third part of this. Loyalty is what Stephen A. Smith's camp is selling above all else. Pat McAfee's not loyal. Pat McAfee called out Norby Williamson. Pat McAfee's not afraid to go on other podcasts and trash ESPN employees. Pat McAfee has his guys, not ESPN guys. He wants his people, and he doesn't really care about ESPN. So Stephen A. Smith is saying, hey, I'm Mr. Team Player here. I don't go after ESPN bosses. I don't go after ESPN talent. I am an ESPN loyalist, and it is my job to try to make ESPN as much money as possible. Sounds like a dream talent for any company. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Boeing has started conducting flight trials of its 777-9 aircraft with U.S. regulators on board. The 777X family is already 5 years behind schedule in clearing the first jet to enter the commercial market. Could help mollify angry customers and help stem Boeing's financial losses. Rich Americans who are able to work remotely have been buying property overseas on the French Riviera. The region known for beautiful beaches, great weather, and fancy yachts has seen a surge in property prices. Homes priced above $16 million, well, they rose between 15 and 20% in the 5 years leading up to this year due to American and Middle Eastern buyers. And officials in South Korea have placed Trader Joe's Everything But the Bagel seasoning on its list of, quote, hazardous foods purchased overseas because it has poppy seeds, which that country classifies as a narcotic. Fresh poppy seed pods are used to make opium. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
At Cherry Volvo, we are offering to qualified buyers a maximum discount of $13,176. This offer is good on all 2024 XC90s in stock, $13,176. Plus, the Cherry Hill Volvo 2024 model year sell down. Pricing and attention to detail here is not to be missed. Volvo should be on your shopping list now. This is the time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Tired of wasting your money on testosterone booster products that just don't work? We don't blame you. That's why Nugenix Total T lets you try before you buy. Just text CAR to 369-369 to claim your complimentary sample. Why have millions of men already trusted Nugenix for a man-boosting increase in their testosterone levels? Well, nothing else is like it. It contains Tesnor, a key ingredient shown to work. Nugenix Total T boosts free and total testosterone levels to help you feel better at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand and #1 at GNC and #1 at Walmart. But don't take our word for it. Try before you buy. If it works, keep using it. If not, keep the sample. You've got nothing to lose, but you could gain energy, muscle, drive, even more passion. Text CAR to 369-369. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text CAR to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I've been asked 1,000 times, did you plan on becoming the largest injury law firm in the world? And the answer is no. When I started, there were just 2 of us. Today, Morgan & Morgan has almost 800 lawyers alone. No injury firm in the country has anywhere close to that. We set out to be focused on our clients and to have a commitment to trying cases and winning. And when you have those results at trial, you're able to settle most of your cases quickly and fairly. Reputation matters. We grew like this because we worked hard and so many former clients referred family and friends. And what I believe is the main reason is we delivered for our clients a lot. Hard work and client satisfaction was our plan. It worked. Hope is not a plan. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Injured? The choice is easy. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
When the sun goes down, we turn the lights up. Fridays at the Bank continue on August 16th at 6:40 when the Phils face the Nats. Join the party and secure your seats at Phillies.com. The Stros are coming to town on Monday, August 26th and Tuesday, August 27th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, August 28th at 4:05 to take on the Phils. Don't miss this matchup. Order tickets today at Phillies.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Hey folks, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January of 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back. But what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at the Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word HEDGE to 989898. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantage status. So text HEDGE to 989898. That's HEDGE to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, July 15th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenzeln with the news. Greg Stocker back in the saddle. He's the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist and Henry Machette, our associate producers, on a unbelievable Monday following an unbelievable Saturday evening. Dawn, good morning.
Good
How
morning.
are you?
It's after a surreal weekend. I have been in prayer all weekend. I think we all feel like the weekend was a year to experience the historic event, tragically, of an assassination attempt of a former president. First time in more than 4 decades.
Indeed. Gregory, welcome back.
Thank you, sir.
How are you?
Slow news day.
Yeah, we missed you.
Nothing to talk about today. What is your favorite Jersey Shore ice creams?
855.
There we go.
My God.
Hi, man. How are you?
I am well. How was vacation? Everything good?
Everything's good.
All right, beautiful.
The most tragic story to come out of the last week, though, let me just say. I rolled my ankle, and it is sprained.
Oh. So we'll scratch you off for the bike ride. You're out.
Well, yeah.
Dave Madden, my trainer's got a bad knee. We couldn't ride yesterday. He texts me at 8 in the morning. Hey, about that 20 miles we're going to do? Not going to happen today. I'm like, all right, I'm going back to bed. My God. We will obviously get through today and try to make sense of what occurred Saturday evening. Donald Trump in Pennsylvania surviving a assassination attempt. And we have many, many layers to peel back today. It'll be the Trump onion, and we will peel it back one layer at a time. Cut sheet will be absolutely loaded. And from a content, topical standpoint, nothing else really matters. Nothing with DEI or libs of TikTok videos or Title IX or anything else. Pretty much mostly all Trump today, and rightfully so as the RNC gets underway. But before we get to all of that, before we get to the big take and get today's show rolling, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:03. The great Dawn Stenzeln.
And good morning. This Monday morning, July 15th, we are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group this morning. 78 degrees, heading up to 98 steamy degrees. Yes, the heat wave is back on. And so we have the heat to deal with today, and of course, the fallout from the weekend. The man who authorities say attempted to assassinate former President Donald J. Trump at a rally here in Pennsylvania was a member of a local gun club, worked as a dietary aide at a nursing facility. This is one of the many new developments as we learn more about the gunman ID'd by the FBI as Thomas Matthew Crooks, 20 years old, Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, and obviously, as you know by now, killed by at least one Secret Service sharpshooter over the weekend during an assassination attempt of former Donald J. Trump, who has decided that, yes, in fact, no changes to the schedule. The Republican National Convention moves on this morning, and our own Rich Scioli is helping kick off this morning a breakfast of the Pennsylvania Convention. He's representing us in Milwaukee, so we will look forward to his reports throughout the days and then his show as we think about this historic event. Fast-breaking developments as the Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro speaking out about this, and in particular about 50-year-old Corey Compatore, former chief of the Buffalo Township volunteer firefighter, identified as the sole victim fatally shot by crooks during Saturday's attempt in Butler County. 2 others injured. They're in stable condition this morning, and we'll get through all of it certainly as we learn all of these new details and then bring forth the coverage of the Republican National Convention, which takes on a whole new look, as Nick mentioned as we started out this morning, as we wrap our brains around what happened and as well about the way the media initially was covering it. There's so much as far as Pennsylvania being center square because this happened in Pennsylvania, a ton of reaction from local officials, local groups. We'll get to all of it this morning. Want to mention to you that a Philadelphia judge denied the union's request to delay the deadline for city workers to return to the office full time. What does that mean? Everybody must work in Philadelphia. Get back to work for 4,000 union members who wanted to continue to hybrid or Zoom it in. They're members of AFSCME District Council 47.
Yeah, continue mailing it in, doing a whole bunch of nothing from their dining room tables on Zoom.
So this represents 20% of the workforce of city workers, and Judge Sierra Thomas Street ruling on Friday afternoon that she did not think the union was able to prove reputable harm. Mayor Sherrell Parker obviously had announced today's deadline, July 15th, way back in May, and made it clear earlier this week she was not backing down, and she does expect everybody, 100% of the workforce, everybody's back to work. Sherrell Parker saying that this is not sustainable. Everybody needs to be back to serve the people of Philadelphia who are, in truth, the real customer.
That's correct. Serve your constituents.
Yes. We also, there's so much to talk about. Gold Star Bob, as he's known, Senator Bob Menendez. The jury deliberations continue. We still have not learned the fate of Senator Menendez. That and so much more. And the heat has been a huge story. This is the third heat wave raining in throughout this week. So 98 degrees today. Many of those warnings going out once again after we did have storms moving through yesterday. A lot of downed trees, and this does affect some traffic routes, and in particular Jersey lines. So you want to make sure that you check, obviously, with public transit if you're taking it in from New Jersey this morning. We are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. For a limited time, get 0% APR, 36 months, select new Mazda models like the stylish 2024 CX-30 or the refined CX-5. Find out which Mazda is right for you. Shop Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading or visit them at piazzamazda.com. Today, our Phillies begin the All-Star break, but some real surprises against the Oakland A's as we lost the last one against the Oakland A's. Now we go for the All-Star break and hopefully get back on track for our Phillies. Kayal Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:08 Monday morning. Let's kick off the week with another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal Company.
All right, the big take this morning, Donald Trump survives assassination attempt in Pennsylvania rally. Let me make this crystal clear. I never want to hear another Democrat say that Donald Trump incited an insurrection on January 6th again in my lifetime. Democrats, the far left, the Biden administration, and the complicit mainstream media incited an assassination attempt on July 13th. Saturday evening, Donald Trump was in Butler, Pennsylvania on the campaign trail when this horrific sequence played out. Viewer discretion is advised. Listen and watch.
Really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
The crowd has been screaming. They are standing by. You can hear some voices there saying, are we ready to go? Are we ready to go? We are looking at President Trump. This does not look good. I'm going to be honest with you. From what we can see right here, it looks like they are attempting to move him out, that he may have been injured. He is holding up his arm. He is pumping his fist, but clearly Secret Service wants to get him out of this situation.
That commentary courtesy of Fox News in real time as they were broadcasting the rally. For 9 years, they have gone after Donald Trump. Democrats in office, Democrats seeking office, politicians, attorney generals, judges, MSNBC, CNN, ABC News, CBS News, NBC News, The Washington Post, The New York Times, The Philadelphia Inquirer. I could go on and on. But your inflammatory, irresponsible, and idiotic rhetoric led to this happening. What did you think would happen if you keep making reprehensible, hyperbolic comments like calling Trump Hitler? Yeah, I'm talking to the Joy Reids of the world out there. You end up having crazies who are mentally deranged and seriously ill attempting to kill the frontrunner to become president again of the United States of America. And I want to show you this picture if you're on YouTube. Phil, if you can please post this photo of Donald Trump after Saturday night. If you're on YouTube, look at this graphic. And Phil, just leave that up for a moment. I want people to look at what I believe is now an iconic image. The American flag waving in the background. Blue skies. Trump holding his fist up in the air. Blood all over his face with Secret Service agents trying to get him off the stage. That will go down as one of the most indelible moments in American political history. And with that, I now believe Donald Trump just got reelected. Trump has won. November 5th is his. Pennsylvania is his. From 2015 through July 13th, 2024, this has been a gradual escalation. From fake hoaxes to multiple impeachments to feds being involved on January 6th, to silencing, censoring, and canceling him on social media, to arraignments, indictments, convictions, trying to imprison him for life, to now killing him. We've all thought it was possible. Many have prayed that it would never happen. And then Saturday night, July 13th, 2024, happened. And they still couldn't get it done. Teflon Don, unkillable, thankfully alive and well. And according to him, the show must go on. A few more millimeters, or perhaps inches, and Donald Trump is dead this morning. Now, let me get to the second party that is complicit in what transpired Saturday night in rural Pennsylvania. That's the Secret Service. How in God's name does the Secret Service allow this 20-year-old little creep to get within 130 yards of the former president on an elevated platform and come this close to killing Trump? How does that happen? Heads need to roll. People need to be fired. This is supposed to be the Secret Service, not mall rental cops. And thankfully, the GOP-controlled House is launching an investigation and demanding answers starting today. And never forget this. The Democrats wanted to strip Donald Trump of Secret Service protection. And as bad as they were Saturday night, if they aren't there at all, Trump is likely dead. Just months ago, Representative Benny Thompson made an effort to strip Trump of his Secret Service detail. For those who might not remember, the so-called Disgrace Act directly targets Trump, who was at the time facing 91 federal charges in state and federal court. 91 charges. If convicted, it would have stripped him of that protection. Those details courtesy of Fox News way back on April 20th of 2024. And in addition to Trump being shot in the ear, 2 others were hurt. 2 others are dead, one of which is the shooter. The gunman identified as Thomas Matthew Crooks, a 20-year-old from Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. Crooks fired 8 shots from a rooftop just 130 yards away. That's like me walking down the hall right now and going to the sports station. That's how close this guy was. An innocent fan at the rally killed before the Secret Service gunned down this piece of garbage. And let me throw out this hypothetical, which is a quote from Joe Biden, and then I'll pose you this question. Quote, "It's time to put Donald Trump in the bullseye," end quote. It's a direct quote from Joe Biden on July 8th. Now, if Donald Trump had said that, and somebody shot Joe Biden at a rally, what do you think the media is saying today? What do you think Democrats are saying today? Hell, you saw the way they handled Trump's bloodbath comment when he was talking about the automobile industry. He was talking about the car industry. They took that, clipped it completely out of context, and implied that Trump's referencing a bloodbath if he loses in November. And speaking of the media, let's take a look at two different papers in New York, the New York Post and the New York Times. The Post with a headline that says, quote, Trump shot, bloodied, ex-president survives assassination attempt. That's what it was, an assassination attempt. But the New York Times writes, quote, Trump hurt, but safe after a shooting. Like he got shot with a water pistol. However much you hate the legacy media, trust me, it is not enough. But let's end on a positive note. Here is one eyewitness, a hero, a doctor, who experienced this tragedy up close and personal. Listen and watch this.
Honor, that's exactly where I heard him come from.
What did you see, sir?
I heard the shots. I thought it was firecrackers to begin with. Somebody over there was screaming, he's been shot, he's been shot. So I made my way over. I said, I'm an emergency department physician. Let me help you. The guy had spun around, was jammed between the benches. He had a headshot here. There was lots of blood, and he had brain matter there. And so I got him. There's a helicopter coming in to get him. I got people there really helpful. I got him up on the bench.
Shot that you saw?
Then I did CPR, did chest compressions as well as I breathed for him.
One person.
I was the only one who did it.
We need to evacuate everybody.
We will get to Trump's statement, Biden's statement, Obama's statement, and everybody else's statements coming up next segment. But I'll wrap by saying this. It is by the grace of God that Donald Trump is alive today. There are sick human beings out there in society. The Secret Service failed. The media coverage over the weekend, complicit. They failed. And if the roles were reversed, there would be an even angrier, hostile, and disgusted America today in mainstream media. But all Trump has to do is avoid being killed between now and November 5th, and I believe he's the 47th president of the United States of America. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in with your thoughts and reaction, you can certainly do so. We will take your calls all morning long. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat, just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT to hit the like and subscribe button and have your comments heard. Today, we will get Dawn and Greg's reaction as well and peel back the onion this morning, including some of the absurd mainstream media posts and stories that have subsequently been deleted by some of these outlets. As we continue this morning, it's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg back after this on a Monday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
No one is happy to discover that the air conditioner is broken, and it always breaks on the hottest day of the summer in the middle of the night. That's why so many homeowners have Oliver's Peace of Mind membership. For as little as $13 a month, Oliver maintains your home's cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical systems all year long. Membership also includes annual inspections, exclusive discounts on repairs and replacements, and priority emergency service. Call Oliver today or visit us online at oliverheatcool.com.
When you look at your kids or grandkids, you can't help but wonder. You wonder what their world will be like in 20 years. Then you think about yourself. What will your life be like when you step away from work and into retirement? There are a lot of things you can't control, but with the right planning, there are some things you can. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, our Portfolio X-Ray is designed to show you how you're doing so far and what your monthly income will look like in the future. In other words, they can take you from wondering to knowing. So take control of your financial future. Call today for a complimentary evaluation. 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune into The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Find out what healthcare practitioners already know. Topperson can help your feet feel better. Our patented foot pain relief cream offers soothing, moisturizing relief that can help with everything from neuropathy to normal wear and tear. With 14 proprietary ingredients, Topperson Foot is the miracle foot relief you need to try. Guaranteed Topperson Foot is available at CVS Pharmacy, Walgreens, and at Amazon, Walmart, and Topperson.com. Turn back the clock on your aching feet. Topperson, rub it in. Use only as directed.
Discover the 2024 Tundra at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, get $1,000 customer cash or enjoy financing starting at just 1.99%. Plus, with Tri-County for Life, your engine, parts, and service are guaranteed for life. Enjoy free PA inspections and much more. We're easy to find off the Limerick exit at 422. Visit TriCountyAuto.net today for more details and experience the Tri-County difference.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering to qualified buyers a maximum discount of $13,176. This offer is good on all 2024 XC90s in stock. $13,176. Plus, the Cherry Hill Volvo 2024 model year sell down. Pricing and attention to detail here is not to be missed. Volvo should be on your shopping list now. This is the time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Call 811 if you have some groundwork to do. Utilities are under you, and it's all good until they spew. Oops, now all on your lawn. It smells like a porta-john. Should've just called 811. It's a real human stinky bomb.
Call 811 before you dig and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For more info, visit pa1call.org.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
6:25. Welcome back in. Kayal and Company live here on a Monday morning. The whole crew back together again. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 855-839-1210. The phone number. Get us on social media. You can follow along on the free Odyssey app and, of course, watch the show on YouTube. All right, Saturday night. I've got the entire timeline here of how this tragedy played out in real time, and we will get to some of the specific details courtesy of the Washington Post in just a few moments. But Dawn, I want to get your thoughts and reaction as it's the middle of summer. It's the dog days of summer. It's the middle of July. You thinking, all right, it's Saturday, July 13th. You know, not a whole heck of a lot going on. Yeah, you got the convention coming up on Monday, but it's a hot steamer out there. And all of a sudden, a routine Saturday in the middle of the summer turns into, which, thank God, did not result in a casualty of a president or a former president, I should say. But there were certainly casualties, and it's, in my opinion, just another dark day in America's history.
I agree with you. There, over the weekend, people already saying, hey, you'll never forget where you were when former President Trump, there was an assassination attempt on his life. And I certainly will never forget where we were and who I learned the news from. Because Larry had bought tickets at the Keswick Theater to Justin Hayward, Moody Blues, Christopher Cross. He had bought these tickets a long time ago. And I knew that Phil Almquist and his wife were going as well. So we're like texting each other, hey, have a drink at the bar, whatever. And then Larry realized he was scammed by the front office. So we're going through this whole thing where he's on the phone with our bank. And so we missed Phil Almquist broke the news to us.
In person
at the Keswick Theater in Glenside.
Wow.
And we thought, we were stunned because we had just been, dealing with the bank and the tickets and, you know what I mean?
Jeez.
And so everybody was gathered. There was a huge, packed event. So the news of it was spreading. Mm-hmm. Everybody was talking about it. For us, when Phil said, you heard, and we at first looked at him and he goes, no, I'm not, this is not some weird joke. And then,
mm-hmm.
and then we didn't even know all the details, obviously. It was just breaking.
And this is not some fake thing on Twitter from some random person. I mean,
what?
This is all the credible sources, all the mainstream outlets saying Donald Trump was just shot.
So that became surreal. And I think, and most people were just prayerful and kind. Oh, this is horrible. But then after the concert, only one woman, and maybe hopefully she was just liquored up and a mean-spirited person, but we're walking out, and this one woman just goes, hey, Trump got shot, and just that, and everyone turned around, and I just said, oh, that's a sin.
Yeah.
Who would cheer anyone?
Right, who's celebrating that, who's doing a victory lap, that makes you a real sick individual. Saturday night, it's only fitting after the last 8 years that I would spend my Saturday evening on the night that Donald Trump gets shot in the ear with my mother-in-law. It's only fitting.
Oh.
It is only fitting.
Aww.
She's doing a concession and catering event at Kutztown University for a semi-pro football game on Kutztown University's football field. So I'm there in a food tent with my mother-in-law and one of her employees in front of 92 people watching 30-year-olds that are out of shape play semi-pro football. And my brother-in-law, not the one who lives here, but my other brother-in-law who lives in Ohio, calls my mother-in-law and says, Trump was just shot. Did you hear the news? And I couldn't hear my mother-in-law at first. She was a few feet away from me. She's on her phone. She goes, truck shot. At least that's what I thought I heard her say.
Mm-hmm.
She gets all, and she's got this look on her face, like something would happen on 9/11. Like, oh my God, there's just this massive tragedy going on. She gets off the phone. She's like, all right, I got to go. I'm busy. She hangs up her phone. She looks at me and she goes, Trump was just shot. And I'm like, oh my God. And I left my phone in the truck throughout the whole day. And I didn't post hardly anything on social. I think I had 2 tweets yesterday. That was it. I didn't say anything Saturday.
I'm proud of
Didn't
you.
say anything Sunday.
I'm proud of you.
People were egging me on. You know you're chomping at the bit, Kayal. Defy stalker. Start tweeting. And I'm like, nope. Gonna save it for the big take this morning.
You don't want to be those people who Monday morning quarter. Honestly, honest to God, the worst place to be during a tragic event like this is on social media.
Yeah,
because nobody knows anything. Yep. Everybody's speculating. Then you see the crap from people who are gleeful about it. Yeah. Then you see people who are posting stuff that's not true. The absolute worst place to be during this is on social media. Mm-hmm. Mainstream media, next worst place. Because they
were horrible.
That wall to wall. And by the way, let me just say one thing. I'm shot out of a can this morning because 2 weeks.
We missed you.
Got a lot bottled up, though.
By the way, the shows with Sean last week and the week before, fabulous.
Yeah, fun time.
At least I know who my replacement will be. I'm kidding, Dawn. I'm kidding. Maybe.
Don't you leave me.
Once you just go into management full time.
Well, no, he'll just focus on the Dawn show.
NBC.
I'll finally get some resources.
NBC. We're working on it. You're getting something soon. NBC News. All of these people owe the quote unquote conspiracy theorists an apology because there was a lot of people that the mainstream media dubbed conspiracy theorists saying, "Hey, what's the next step for this? Trump is going to be assassinated." And everybody's like, "Oh, can you believe they're stoking this rhetoric and all this?" NBC News with and it proved to be 100% true.
Well, it's just the logical escalation.
Yes.
I mean, everything they've done hasn't worked.
Yep.
They've tried to arrest him, indict him, charge him, convict him, ban him on social media, take him off of ballots. It's just the logical last resort, right?
Yep.
And, whether it's a crazy guy who's 20 years old climbing a rooftop, whether it's orchestrated, it's one of two things, all right? And I know we'll get to theories and how could this happen, which I have a very interesting question to pose from one piece of commentary that I heard yesterday. And I didn't watch any television. I was at Dorney Park all day yesterday. No. What a hellhole of an establishment that is.
Yeah.
That's another story for another day.
Hopefully they're not a sponsor.
My God.
I'm kidding.
But the reality is this. Either this was gross incompetence and negligence on the Secret Service, or this was allowed to happen. There's really no in between. I think this was just gross negligence because I saw one 3-minute clip yesterday, and it's not somebody I normally consume. I know Sean Farish loves the guy, but I saw Dan Bongino say this, and I guess Bongino, before he became what he is now, was an NYPD officer, and I think he might have even been in the FBI or the CIA or the Secret Service or some other elevated position. And I didn't know this, and I learned something yesterday, that the Secret Service, when the president or the former president, anytime you're Secret Service protection and you're there to protect somebody at a speaking engagement, a rally, a function, you're supposed to surveil and scout out 1,000 yards. So how is it that if they did their job and they looked within 1,000 yards, square radius for lack of a better phrase, how does a 20-year-old little whatever climb a rooftop in broad daylight with blue skies? The rooftop is white, so he was plain as day visible. There's also allegations out there that multiple eyewitnesses saw this guy climbing up there, notified the authorities, and multiple minutes went by before anything was done. So we talk about being closer than ever with World War III, open borders. I mean, it's not hyperbole to say we're a big laughingstock and a joke, and security and safety-wise, it feels like we've never been more vulnerable. Because if Donald Trump can have somebody within an 8-iron distance on a golf course shoot a rifle at him, what does that say about the rest of our country right now? I think about that. 130 yards.
There was such a, Trump would do himself a huge favor by hiring his own personal security.
Right.
Because whatever was provided for him was awful.
Mm-hmm.
It was awful. Can I play an NBC News report?
Of course.
Real fast that talk about the vulnerability of they saw that building where that cretin was, and they knew it was a vulnerability, And they still did not. This is Cut 26, Phil. This is the NBC News report from Cut 26, Phil. Go.
That the roof where the shooter was located was a well-known, high-priority vulnerability. It was identified just the day before during a security walkthrough. We've also just learned that there were 2 counter-sniper teams on site and that the counter-sniper did not need approval to shoot. One source telling NBC News that prior protocols were not followed.
Prior protocols were not followed. So you talk about Trump not being able to trust the swampers, the establishment, the never-Trumpers, the backstabbers, those who did him wrong his first time around. Now how can he even trust the Secret Service, right?
Yeah.
Who's the head of the Secret Service? Who was sworn in by Biden?
From what I was getting at, you can correct me if I'm wrong because I know you know the answer. I believe this is a female that used to be the head of security for like Pepsi or Frito-Lay. Is that correct?
So, well, she was sworn in. She's named Kimberly Cheadle, and she was sworn in the fall of 2022.
Okay. So
to me personally, if that's my job, and I've been on the job 2 years, and this is the first assassination attempt. Thank God, President Trump, and that's the thing. I mean, the prayers for him, and the majority of it. And I know, Greg, you called out social media. The vast majority of people on there, the vast majority, just prayers for peace, prayers for his family, prayers for his. I mean, most people were positive energy and coping with something very disturbing. But if I were this individual, Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle, I would have already put in my letter of resignation apologizing to the former president, the current president, as well as to all those who work underneath me. I mean, the buck has to stop with that. That's the director of the Secret Service. And I know they're still investigating, and none of us want to jump far to conclusions, but by all accounts, this was a massive failure. And I know that, I mean, thank God President Trump's okay, but former President Trump, Jimmy Matthews, but in this case, I'm just going to say this. We have two men, Pennsylvania men, who are in stable condition, were in critical condition over the weekend, hospitalized. And the story of our, the Corey, the father and former fire chief, and his daughters, his wife, the story of how he was shielding, what a hero to shield them, and took this bullet to the head. You played the doctor who was trying to breathe for him and keep him alive. I mean, this is devastating.
Yep. I'm actually reading the social media post, I believe, of his wife, Allison, a widow now. And she says, and I won't read all of it. You can find it if you want on social media, but I'll just give you a paragraph here. She says, yesterday, time stopped. And when it started again, my family and I started living a real-life nightmare. What was supposed to be an exciting day that we had all looked forward to, especially my dad, turned into the most traumatizing experiences someone could imagine. I know the media will cover this event, and I'm going to try my best to stay away from looking at everything, especially because I've already seen and lived it through it in real time. But I want to thank everyone, and I want everyone to know what the media will not cover and will not say about him. He was the best dad a girl could ever ask for. My sister and I needed for everything and anything you call, he would answer, and he would do whatever it is you needed. And if he didn't know how, he would figure out how. He could talk and make friends with anyone, which he was doing all day yesterday, and loved every minute of it. He was a man of God, loved Jesus fiercely, and also looked after our church and our members as family. That's a little bit from Allison. And, the other thing with this is the media. And I want to get through some of the timeline as well as to what occurred. But some of the media headlines were just downright disgraceful, including Forbes. We've also seen the way the New York Times and the New York Daily News covered it compared to the New York Post. And then there's other people in elected positions that are having members of their staff posting things on social media almost taking a celebratory victory lap, having to delete the posts, and then those people are ultimately fired. We'll get to all of those specifics, but let's if we could, I want to walk through this timeline. So this is courtesy of the Washington Post. So on Saturday at 5 o'clock, doors to the rally site, the Butler Farm Show, started to really fill up. Now, they opened early as 1 p.m., with thousands of attendees trickling in throughout the afternoon. Trump was scheduled to begin speaking at 5 p.m., but there was no sign of him. Supporters mingled around the grounds for about an hour. Then at 6:03 p.m., Trump arrives and takes the stage to God Bless the USA, as he always does. 6:05 p.m., Trump begins his speech by marveling at the crowd size, saying, quote, "I wish the fake news back there would show this." At 6:10 p.m., after a few minutes going off prompter and off script, he pivots to his right and starts describing a chart showing immigration statistics. At 6:12 p.m., the first shot is fired. Trump is gripping the lectern and looking to his right. He stops speaking mid-sentence, grabs his right ear. A second shot sounds, then a third, and then Trump ducks behind the lectern. And at 6:13 p.m., agents escort Trump down the stairs from the stage. I think this was a total of about 75 seconds that spanned the course of him first realizing his ear was ripped off, and he goes down, and then they get him off. And then the shooter is killed, and within 2 hours and 42 minutes, Trump posts on social media. This was at 8:42 p.m. And I played you that clip in the big take, and we showed you that graphic. And I don't like comparing Trump to Biden based on their physical abilities, but this has been part of the narrative leading up to the election, right? Joe Biden falls off a bike, trips over a sandbag, falls up steps, falls down steps. And here's Donald Trump. And for all the people out there that say, oh, he's in decline just like our guy. The guy had a portion of his ear blown off by a bullet. And in 75 seconds is back up on stage. And he's now, I mean, me personally, I'll tell you right now, if anybody shot at me, the last thing I'm doing if I survive in less than a minute and a half is standing up and fist pumping. This guy just like you talk. I don't think it's hyperbole to say what a fighter he is, right? We've talked about like, you know, man, how does this guy keep the stamina up? Is he ever exhausted? Does he ever have, I've said this on the show many times, before he goes to bed, does he ever just kind of sit at the edge of the bed and say, oh, I can't do much more of this? The guy almost had his head blown off, and he's fist pumping and won't stop. It's unbelievable. You talk about a galvanizing moment. In 16, 17 days, Dawn, since Joe Biden had that awful debate on June 27th, I've never seen a Republican Party more united. First, on the incompetence of Biden in a debate, and then secondly, the Republican frontrunner almost is within a millimeter of being killed. Sad that it took this to unite the Republican Party, but right now, it's not apples to apples when you look at the two parties and being on the same page. One is galvanized and united. The other is completely unraveling with no solution in sight.
Yeah, because in part, you know, to your point, when you think about all they really had, starting here in Philadelphia, what I had called the Darth Biden speech, danger to democracy, with the U.S. Marines, backlit with the red, with Biden giving that speech in Philadelphia, and essentially making Trump out to be an evil danger to democracy. And I know that there are multiple investigations on multiple levels, but even calling on Biden to say, stop saying these words, danger to democracy, stop. At one point, Biden fairly recently had said something to the effect of Trump was in the crosshairs. Now, obviously, I know that he meant we have to focus on him to beat him in the election. I know that was a figure of speech, but in this heightened climate, can we soften the rhetoric a little bit? I think over the weekend, I was reassured that, in fact, there was a phone call, that Biden and Trump had a phone call, spoke to, President Biden calling former President Trump and having a good talk, and that personal phone call. I think that's good for the country to hear about. I'm glad that both, everybody's calling for let's slow this down and let's stop. But for the Democrats, in essence, you're right. It puts them in a position where what can they say? Because their entire argument was, well, he's an insurrectionist, he's the danger, he's evil, he's Hitler. So what do they have in their campaign?
Let me ask you this, because I certainly saw and heard about the phone call between the two. I would love to have wiretapped that call and heard those two on the phone together. Maybe the genie's already out of the bottle. You can't undo the past. Would it make sense if Biden, the Democrats, and even Republicans as well are saying dial back the rhetoric? Would it unite the country? And maybe that's not even the right way to frame it, because I don't think it would. But would the optics at least be good if Biden and Trump got together in person, together, side by side, at a dual podium, and just tried to calm the waters and take the foot off the gas and stop pouring gasoline on the fire? Or are we well past that now?
Donald J. Trump today is going to, I think not this week, because you have the Republican National Convention. So the answer is no. I don't think that's going to happen.
Agreed.
I don't think it's likely. And I think right now Trump, what he's thinking about is Reagan. We know that he has emulated Reagan because of Make America Great Again. That was a Reagan slogan. A lot of people don't realize what it stands for, and that Reagan was the one back in the day who actually said, let's make America great again. Nobody said MAGA back then.
Yep.
And there wasn't social media back then. But I suspect that, and we're already hearing that Trump is rewriting his speech. He will push toward being Reagan-esque. He knows now that he's got this. It's over. It's done. I mean, when Trump said, wait, to the Secret Service, blood streaming down his ear and his face, wait, turn to that crowd where everyone was, and he had to put his fist up. That presence to think, no, I want to let everybody know. I want to let the people know I'm okay. And now you've got to fight. We got to fight. Fight. I mean, when I saw that, I bawled. And I think I was getting phone calls. I'm sure everybody feels the same way. You're getting calls from friends, especially because it happened here in Pennsylvania. That moment was an iconic moment and a game changer. So now leading into the RNC with this kind of momentum, no, I think that nobody's talking about anything else. And I don't even know what to expect, because now the late-breaking news that, in fact, Nikki Haley is going to be speaking.
Oh.
You talk about a unified Republican Party. Did we all think Friday when we left here and looked forward to our dear Greg Stocker returning? Couldn't wait for you to return. But
I want my Nick Tony Greg.
But did anybody imagine the events, the fast breaking, and there are new developments as we're speaking coming out.
Yeah.
But the fact that Nikki Haley is coming into the fold, everybody is not just unified, but there's something that has happened as far as thinking about, oh my goodness, it puts life in perspective. To me, it's like in your family, when maybe there are some family feuds going on, and all of a sudden somebody has a scare, maybe a health scare, and you all end up in the emergency department and you're hugging and crying and thinking, okay, we're all here and now we have this perspective. I think that is what happened, not just to the Republican Party, but as well to the American people.
Yeah.
To say, let's think about this and let's think about everything that has happened. I also think it's critical to think about, why did Trump in that moment turn his head? He turned his head because he was looking at a graphic.
He actually did more to save his own life than the Secret Service did. I mean, I'm laughing, but it's true. He did more to save his own life than the Secret Service.
It's a 78-year-old man with quicker reflexes and instincts than the people that are paid to stand up there and protect him. And I love the fact that you talked about him doing the fist pump. Also, did you hear on the microphone, and this is the funny part, it's not funny, but this is like Trump.
Yep.
He's like, hold on, let me get my shoes. Let me grab my shoes.
You know what's funny, too, is that when and today is not the day to talk about, elections and stuff, but when when we have these conversations on the radio, not just us, but everybody who does what we do, and you try and make predictions on what November of 2024 is going to look like, we say, we've said this on the show consistently. You don't know. You can't make predictions because you don't know what tomorrow is going to bring.
So many variables.
There's so many variables. Who would have ever thought that something like this would happen? Well, the quote unquote conspiracy theorists thought it would happen. They were proven right. But it's that's why it's so hard to say that, who's going to be the nominee, who's going to be this, who's going to be that, because you don't know from day to day what's going to happen. So, stuff like this it is never in a million years, honestly, did I think something like this would happen. And here we are, July 15th, talking about this. It's crazy.
So it takes a bullet grazing and ripping through Trump's flesh for Nikki Haley to come to the convention.
Yep.
Makes you wonder, will Chris Christie show up? Will Mike Pence show up? Those are kind of like the two holdouts, so to speak, as far as rallying around Trump. We gave you the news on Friday that Ron DeSantis will be on the main stage on night number one. And also, too, Dawn, you talked about, Trump and a message of unity. It looks like, from as far as changing up the script, we gave you this last week. There was going to be 4 different themes to the convention. Make America wealthy again, make America safe again, make America great again, and obviously make America wealthy again being the economy. That was supposed to be the theme of today. Maybe Trump will get to that at some point, but I can guarantee you, if you're watching Trump today and whatever live coverage they give of him in Milwaukee, I don't think people really care if he talks about inflation or the economy. It's about what transpired on Saturday and uniting the country. And for a guy who claimed he would for 3.5, almost 4 years now, he has done the complete opposite with extreme rhetoric of MAGA extremists and, all the verbiage.
Danger to democracy.
Threat to democracy.
Danger.
Yes. So, if there is a segment of people out there that can be swayed, if he can deliver a Reagan-esque message on unity, you can just keep bumping up his stock.
There's a report that he rewrote his speech.
Yeah.
So or that
to be more unity speech, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I suspect, that part of the rewriting is to be Reagan-esque, to hearken that moment and harness that moment to hearken back. I think that's the kind of thing we're going to see. And then it's a stark contrast to that whole, if you think about what's the talking point of Democrats and of President Joe Biden, what do you think of? Danger to democracy. That's what they've said over and over and over.
Mm-hmm.
And so now they have to drop that.
Yeah, that's been neutralized.
Yes. So what do they pivot to?
Yeah. It's funny you say democracy, too, because if you think about it, here's the Biden administration and the far left and Democrats, whatever you want to call them. You talk about democracy. So the people, Republicans, wanted Trump. They wanted Trump more than Nikki, more than DeSantis, on down the list. They've tried to take the will of the people and not give you Trump. And now, despite Democrats in primaries saying, no, we want Joe Biden. Joe Biden rolled in the primaries. We gave you all the stats. Now you have people like Obama and Nancy Pelosi trying to rip away Joe Biden from the constituency that is the Democratic registration and Democratic voters. So you talk about democracy. They're trying to take away Trump and Biden from the people. The people said, we want Trump. We want Biden. Those are our options. Yes, I know there's voter fatigue. Yes, I know people are tired of both, but you had a chance to, presumably do something other than Trump. And obviously there's, a much more difficult path with the incumbent president in office. So I don't want to hear about threats to democracy anymore, because when you try to subvert the will of the people, you are the threat to democracy. 855-839-1210. 6:54, we'll come back. Kickoff hour number 2 on the other side. Dawn will have some news. I also have a bunch of posts from Trump on Truth Social, and then we will get to some of the media ridiculous headlines. I mean, some of this stuff, including Forbes. I'll just tease you with this one. Forbes deletes an article asking bizarre question about Trump. The question is whether Trump surviving assassination attempt will be his next appeal to black voters. Forbes! Forbes! Not Joy Reid, not Sean King, Forbes! Hour 2 coming up next. Stay right there.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? Then you need to give Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters, yes, you can get the kitchen you want now, right now. They're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, with 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien High Efficiency Tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Slim down this summer with NJ Diet. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's faster and safer than weight loss injections. Lose those extra pounds the safe and natural way without any shots. Get started at NJDiet.com.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
If you're looking to furnish your home or replace your old furniture, your journey begins and ends at Bucks County Estate Traders. One piece of advice, make sure you have time when you come here. The 58,000 square foot showroom is a furniture wonderland. Quality high-end pieces with inventory changing daily. It's all here. Mid-century modern, traditional, vintage, antique, and name brands. They'll ship anywhere, or you can pick up in-store. Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield or at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Like a boomerang, I need a repeat. Give me all your loving, all your hugs and kisses too.
7:02, Kayal and Company, Hour 2 underway here on this Monday morning, July 15th, as the RNC convention gets underway today. But a lot of the things that we are looking forward to this week, the different speeches, the vice president selection, all of that on the back burner, at least for today, as we react to and take your reaction to a historic Saturday evening for all of the wrong reasons. And thankfully, Donald Trump still alive today, alive and well, as he posted on Truth Social yesterday at 2:09 p.m. Based on yesterday's terrible events, I was going to delay my trip to Wisconsin and the Republican National Convention by 2 days, but have just decided that I cannot allow a shooter or potential assassin to force change to scheduling or anything else. Therefore, I will be leaving for Milwaukee as scheduled at 3:30 p.m. today. Thank you, DJT. So the show must go on. Stalker's back in the fold, and we get to the news here at 7:03 with the great Dawn Stensland, round number 2.
And good morning this Monday morning, July 15th. We are sponsored in Kayal and Company News Live by Discover Lancaster. So much happening in Philadelphia and beyond. New details this morning on the investigation here in Pennsylvania after that attempted assassination of former President Donald J. Trump, who was speaking, of course, to a huge crowd of supporters at a rally in Butler County, Pennsylvania. FBI, the headline with the FBI this morning that they are considering this an act of, quote, domestic terrorism. The latest from authorities locally, statewide, and the FBI about the gunman as new details emerge. He's ID'd as 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks, Bethel Park, PA, killed by at least one Secret Service sharpshooter, was a member of a local gun club, worked as a dietary aide at a nursing facility, which also released a statement. And that making national news, as they said that they put him through a background check because he's working at a nursing facility, had passed the background check with no problems at all. As far as the sole innocent victim killed in this, hailed as a hero, Pennsylvania's own 50-year-old Corey Caparatore, former chief of the Buffalo Township Volunteer Fire Company, as he was reported to have been shielding his two daughters and his wife from the bullet, from the spray of the bullets from the gunman there, took that bullet to the head and was shot and killed. Two others initially had been reported in critical condition. We know this morning they're recovering in stable condition. And so much about the semi-automatic rifle. That is one of the focuses that investigators say they're looking into whether the firearm, which belonged to the gunman's father, it was indeed purchased legally. The question is, did his father give it to him? There were reports that he took it from his father, who had no knowledge that he took the firearm. So questions that lead many to believe that perhaps they're considering other charges against those who, if it had been given to him, could his father face charges? So a lot of questions into that one. He's believed to have fired 8 shots before he was taken down. Clearly, we'll go through that and parse that situation. Many just questioning, how could he get 8 shots off?
It's unbelievable. I saw a clip of the female, one of the Secret Service agents, front and center. I think she's actually the one kind of shielding Trump and helping him get off stage. And people were speculating yesterday, was this the best staff? Was this a DEI hire? I have no idea. But then again, you hear about the background of the director, the head of the Secret Service, 2 years into this role, from a completely different walk of life, so to speak. And you have to sit there and wonder, were these the most qualified and best people? Did they follow every single protocol? I can't figure out for the life of me, again, how you could drop the ball. I mean, if I were just to show up there for 20 minutes and look around, I would see, it would probably take me all of about 3 minutes before I saw that rooftop and said, we'll make sure we take care of that, right?
Well, according to CBS News, which I will play coming up in the cut sheet at 7:45, according to CBS News, last year, the Secret Service director, Kimberly Cheadle, was busy with hiring 30% female agents by 2030. Okay. So that was from a CBS News report.
Okay.
So you can see where the priorities are with this director.
As I always say, when we get into the DEI umbrella of this format, I don't care if it's man, woman, gay, straight, black, white. I want the most qualified people, the most deserving, and those with the merit to be given the job. If she is the best of the best and she happens to be a female, awesome. But if she's a quota hire for protecting a former president's life, that is unacceptable. We're not giving out participation trophies in adulthood, okay? If you're an 8-year-old, yes, you get to take a swing. You play T-ball, everybody plays 2 innings. That's not the way the real life works when you enter the workforce. At least in my world, it shouldn't be.
As far as this goes, I mean, Truth Social, and it was amazing to me that how President Trump on Truth Social was just, here he is. He was just, shot. And I know they're calling it a graze wound, but, that was, most people would have taken a week off, right? I mean, most average people, that was certainly you're shaken. Somebody just tried to assassinate you. He was on Truth Social thanking in particular the Secret Service. Almost immediately was, trying to set up a fund for the family of former Chief Corey, who we talked about. but he was repeatedly praising the Secret Service.
Mm-hmm.
So he personally, I think, felt that they surrounded him, and they certainly knew that if there was a second gunman, because nobody knew,
Mm-hmm.
that they were putting their lives at risk to surround him. So I think for that, he was thankful to his detail.
Right.
I don't think he wants any of the people around him to be fired, because in truth, I don't think they're the ones who have to scope it out. In other words, no matter what, there's an advance team that was responsible, like you said, right at 6 o'clock. You said that they're supposed to have, within 1,000 feet.
Yeah,
and we now know
1,000 yards.
1,000 yards.
1,000 yards. Yeah.
How many football fields is that?
That's 10.
So 10 football fields.
10.
Right.
Yep.
So the shooter, they're saying, and the Sportsman's Club in Pittsburgh, it's called the Clareton Sportsman's Club in Pittsburgh. I mean, the owner, the club president, Bill Solito, he's saying they're sick about this, that this guy, the now dead gunman, that's where he went, and he practiced on a 200-yard rifle range.
Yeah.
So how long was he practicing?
Right.
And
is 1,000 yards honestly enough? I'm going to just bring up, 2 movies, but they're based on real life and facts. Now, maybe some of the math is distorted for Hollywood, but if you remember Bradley Cooper in American Sniper, when he took out the guy in the Middle East, the sniper, I forget what his name was, but I believe he was shot and killed. I don't know if it was a half mile out or a mile out. So if you have this is a scary hypothetical, but I think it's worth mentioning. I mean, let's just say a highly trained sniper from the military goes rogue and all of a sudden hates a president or hates the country. Who's to say that 1,000 yards is enough? If you have a highly skilled individual, not a 20-year-old climbing a rooftop, I mean, how far out is safe enough? How far out does the Secret Service need to scout and scope out areas to assure that the president or former president is safe in these settings, in this sick world that we live in?
When you were saying that, I was doing a search to try to find out the record, and there's a headline in the Daily Mail this morning. The United States veteran who holds, I believe he's a U.S. veteran, his name's Dallas Alexander. He holds the world record for the longest confirmed sniper kill. He's weighing in on the Trump assassination attempt. He's saying that, in fact, he's claiming that this gunman in Pennsylvania had to have had help. That's his take. Canadian military.
Okay.
So that's his claiming, because his claim, as he says, there's, quote, no doubt in his mind that the shooter, quote, had help from somewhere within an agency, an organization, or the government. He put this on Instagram as he's saying this. So I'm looking at, you have a lot of military members. I don't know if Jack Carr is commenting on this as well on social media.
I'd love to hear what he has to say from Pints and Politics.
But those who do this and have done it, for more than a decade, have been sounding off on it. I know there are all these conspiracy theories, but, I think these individuals, because they've done it, add to that. I'm looking at what his quote-unquote record was.
By the way, speaking of politics and pints, if I can do a shameless plug here, our next politics and pints will be with Donald Trump Jr. What a time to have him, by the way.
Wow.
It's at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey. Tickets go on sale for that this morning at noon for Dom's show.
Oh, wow.
So make sure you get it, because God knows this will sell out super fast.
Yep.
So I would get on the internets at noon sharp today to get those tickets, because it'll sell out.
Yep.
So the bullet traveled 2.2 miles. In the record case I was talking about, it traveled 2.2 miles, speeding through the air for nearly 10 seconds before killing and striking an ISIS terrorist. That was the veteran who's speaking out about this. His record kill was in the military against a terrorist, 2.2 miles.
Think
That's
about
the
that.
record.
A bullet traveling 2 miles.
Taking 10 seconds.
That goes to show you what is possible.
Oh, my gosh.
And then you see 130 yards with a guy on a roof. I'm looking at some of the overhead footage and the still shot I mean, there's a big water tower in the background. You could have had a sniper up there. I mean, Trump is really out in the open here in this farm-like setting. I mean, but there's only a few spots where conceivably somebody could. I mean, it's inexcusable that this guy was left out there like that, basically hung out to dry. 130 yards.
My God.
All right. Sorry, I know we're still in the news.
We are still in the news. Senator Bob Menendez, jury deliberations continuing, so we're on verdict watch for that. And as well, thousands of Philadelphia workers who had tried to seek an injunction in a Philadelphia court to not come back full-time to work, they are ordered this morning. They must report to work within the next 45 minutes or an hour and 45 minutes, whether they're due back at 8 or 9 a.m. this morning. But thousands of those, 4,000 in total, Philadelphia workers who have been on a hybrid schedule or a full Zoom schedule for 4 years. They were ordered back to work by Mayor Sherelle Parker, who obviously inherited that situation when she came into office just this year. She had announced months ago everybody needed to come back full time. The AFSCME union, the District Council 47, pushing back in court for a couple days last week. The judge ruling that they really did not prove their case. And so this morning, Mayor Sherelle Parker expecting everybody, the entire workforce, back in full force this morning or facing those ramifications. So we're watching that very carefully to see. The excuse they had given was it was the middle of the summer, or another excuse was they didn't have childcare anymore because the kids are out of school, or health care or other personal matters that they could not come back to work.
Donald Trump can walk off a stage after being shot in the ear, and these people can't get back to work. Okay.
What a contrast. Well put.
Just unbelievable.
Mic drop. We are under all of these excessive heat warnings, as I know we're at 78 degrees, clouds moving in. But despite the storms, especially yesterday, and some of the storms brought high winds down some tree limbs. But despite the storms not cooling us off, the high today and tomorrow, 98 degrees.
I got to tell you guys, not to rub it in, but while you guys were up here suffering in oppressive heat, the place to be is the Jersey Shore.
Yeah, nice and cool, nice breeze.
It's like 80 degrees and there's a breeze all day long. Yeah. It's amazing. And we barely got any rain.
You got sun. You got clams.
Yeah, I got clams. I ate all the clams.
You put an establishment out of business. It's a clam shortage at the shore.
Oh, man.
Well, the Phils, where are they on the All-Star break? Phillies, after that miserable 18-3 loss to the Oakland A's. Greg Stocker said the place to be was the shore. Many would argue, as we talk about our sponsor, Discover Lancaster, much cooler there. Head to Lancaster County this weekend with the family to enjoy the rides at Dutch Wonderland. It's a kingdom for kids. Just a 90-minute drive from Philadelphia. Escape the heat, escape the nonsense. Visit discoverlancaster.com to plan your getaway. Thank you, Discover Lancaster, for sponsoring this edition, Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Let's rattle through some of these calls. I'm going to start with Ted. He's in Swarthmore. He's got a question this morning. Ted, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Good morning, Nick. Good morning, Dawn.
Hey,
Greg.
Ted. Hello.
Hey, I have questions that just jump out at me. How does a shooter, 20 years old, get off 8 rounds before our Special Secret Service sniper can locate and fire a round at him?
It's a great question.
And was he waiting?
And
was the guy? Was he waiting? Yeah, I think we're thinking the same thing, because they have to get an order, right?
No, I don't think this time they were not supposed to wait for an order. No. That's what that's what I've heard from. I'm not sure what sources, reliable or not, but the answer to that was no. But the arrogance of CNN to post the first thing Donald Trump falls on stage.
I did see that screen grab, and I was wondering if that was manipulated or if that was true. And if that's the case, then that is just media malpractice. I mean, Dawn, you talk about it all the time. He didn't trip over a sandbag. He didn't fall off his bike. You can't put a headline up like that. I mean, I don't know who's in charge of website headlines or handling CNN with a social media feed in real time. But it's, you know what's amazing to me, and I thought about this yesterday as I was driving up to Dorney Park. The mainstream media has no issue just throwing and tossing out the word insurrection. It's like a part of their vernacular now. Yeah. Yet they were so reluctant to use the word assassination on Saturday and Sunday. Like they just couldn't come to grips with it. But they can use words like insurrection, and it just comes out of their mouth like diarrhea. But Trump falls. Trump is okay. Trump was shot at. No, this was an assassination attempt. Say it with me, mainstream media. Assassination attempt. It's okay to say it. It's okay to share facts. Ray is in Warminster, and he's up next. Ray, you're on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey, Ray.
Let's put this into perspective. First of all, let me full disclosure. I've never spent a second in the military, but I geek out on all the military podcasts. So that shot from where that guy was basically a Kyle Schwarber home run. The length of that shot.
Yeah.
So you ask yourself, how the hell did a 20-year-old untrained person get on that roof and get 8 shots off? There's so much more to this story that we'll never hear about, but that is an absolute failure on our Secret Service. Now, I had heard a rumor. I don't know if it's, there's a lot of rumors, so conjecture right now, right, that sniper, that police sniper, I think it was a police sniper that took out the shooter, wasn't Secret Service. That could be wrong, though. He had that guy in his sights for like 40 seconds, and he did not have the order to shoot him. Don't know if that's true or not. I'm just saying that's what I heard. We'll see what happens when it all shakes out. But you got to watch, like you said, you got to watch the Right News podcast because apparently Trump fell on a piece of gum or something on stage. Was it?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It is. Ray, appreciate the call. You're right. It's like a Kyle Schwarber home run. 130 yards is 390 feet, if my math is correct. And I'm just looking again at the aerial view. I mean, this guy is just laying there on that rooftop with a direct line.
And we have, I have a news clip from a high school classmate of his who says he got kicked out of the gun club there because he was a comically bad shot.
Thank God there's a lot of bad shots in this state. Dawn reports the shootings every morning in the news at 6:05 and at 7:05, and we've got so many people that are lucky to be alive. They got shot in the shin, or a bus got hit with bullets. This state just doesn't believe in target practice, thankfully, because a lot more people would be dead. I mean, you got kicked out of the gun club because you're that bad.
Bad, yeah.
I saw. It's not a joke. I shouldn't say this, but I saw tweets people saying.
We can add levity into the show for God's sake. I mean,
wondering if Ben Simmons was the shooter.
God. Only Sixers fans and Philadelphia fans would you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Get off pot shot at Simmons.
It's unbelievable. What a time to be alive. All right, the cut sheet is less than 25 minutes out. You're going to hear all of the reaction, all of the commentary, and some of the most notable figures weighing in. I do want to go through a little media blitz on the other side, from Forbes to a few other newspapers, as well as what a mayor had to say, what a Democrat aide posted on social media that led to her firing, and also bipartisan bill to boost protection for not only Trump, but Biden and RFK Jr. We're back after this. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Philadelphia? We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Philadelphia for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text INVEST to 64,000. Philadelphia is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Discover the simple steps developed by Joe Arias, one of real estate's greatest rags to riches stories. You'll learn to flip properties and secure rental properties without using your own money and in your spare time. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Philadelphia and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text INVEST INVEST to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text INVEST to 64,000.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Join us as we honor the late, great former Phillies president and CEO David Montgomery on Toyota Phillies Wall of Fame night, Saturday, August 17th at 6:05 when the Phils host the Nats. Order tickets now at phillies.com. Beat the Heat on Thursday, August 15th at 6:40 when the Phils host the Nats, and fans 21 and over take home a Miller Lite floppy hat. Order tickets now at phillies.com.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Did you know you can stream Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app? Just download the free Odyssey app and search for Fox News Radio to hear the voices you trust. Brian Kilmeade.
Why are we so scared of Iran thinking that we're at war with them?
Guy Benson.
Get the bleep out of here. It's disgusting.
Jimmy Fallon.
Then this administration rolled into town with a checkbook.
Are all on the free Odyssey app. From the news and talk to keep you informed and up to date during election season. Listen to Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
728, it is Kayal and Company live on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. We'll continue taking your calls, your tweets and texts and YouTube comments.
I got an email while we were on break from Fulton Jack Waterloo. He says, I'm going to clean up the email for air. He says, BS on a conspiracy theory. The local cop didn't do his job and could have prevented the incident if he had the courage to risk his life. Are you listening, cop worshiper Dawn? I believe that's a shot for you, Dawn. The young man was just a bad shot. I was a National Guardsman who served in the Iraq War at age 52. 8 shots at 130 yards is a certain kill. He was a terrible shot. Thank God. End of story.
Okay, well, that'll do it.
Well,
good night, everybody.
So there are a couple different police reports. One is there was, I don't know when they say a local cop, because there's all the video. I was just showing, Phil Almquist and I were just talking, I was showing him the video where there were people in the back of the rally who took video, and you see the guy on the roof, and you can hear Trump speaking. And then you hear them going, he's right there, there's a guy on the roof. And then there's a woman who's like, there's a guy on the roof.
Yep.
And then the next thing you hear them they see an officer. So I believe that's a local officer who reportedly ran over there, because these eyewitnesses were like, look. That local officer ran over, started climbing up. But by the time he climbed up and got to him, the shot had already. So
Secret Service had killed him already.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's the question, and I'm just being honest. I don't know what the protocols are. Do you have to wait for the order? Are you saying I've got him?
No. Well, it's funny you say that. Mark Fusetti, our buddy, who's got a law enforcement background, has been texting me pretty much for the last hour and a half. He says, no, the Secret Service does not wait for an order to kill a threat.
Secret Service, but what about state police?
That's a good question.
This was a joint
I don't
operation.
Know. Right, that I don't know. He also says that he's got a source that is a supervisor that is on the Democrat side of the political spectrum, and says, quote, he said, no agent needs approval, and even if they are wrong, they will not be in trouble. So if you believe, I guess, a president or former president's life is in danger and you act according to Mark, there is no repercussions if you are wrong on your calculation. So, but now, look, does that apply to local police, state police, other federal agencies? I'm not sure. I would assume the higher the asset that you are protecting, in this case, Donald Trump, the more leeway you get.
There's no question in my mind, and there's going to be a briefing today. I believe I just saw a report on what went wrong. What happened here, and you mentioned, Nick, the water tower. There were so many vulnerable spots in this, and again, Trump does these rallies out in these fields, and there's 30,000 people there, and he does it, and he doesn't really, in his mind, this is great, and he doesn't really care about the safety issues. I can imagine logistically, setting this up must be an absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
But if you look at the wide view of this field in Butler, PA, where they were, there were so many spots where they were like, what about that spot? What about that spot? What about that spot? And you would think that the Secret Service would say, hey, maybe not here, or maybe, I don't know, whatever the protocol is, but there was obviously a breach in protocol.
Yeah. Well, I mean, imagine how difficult it is. Forget whether, it's a farmland in rural Pennsylvania. I mean, what if he's doing it right in the heart of New York City? All those high rises, all those windows, all those rooftops, all these little nooks and crannies, because God knows you can't build left to right horizontally in New York. You got to build up vertically. I mean, there's 90,000 windows that are probably within shooting distance. So,
but you look at the training of, you talk about New York City. Look at the training of the law enforcement there, and one of the complaints here, as far as even Secret Service or the police in general, is the high turnover and the lack of experience. This job takes experience, and so if you have less experienced individuals, so whether that sharpshooter, there's the saying, "He who hesitates is lost," or "She who hesitates." Right. So did this person hesitate? Did they indeed have this in their sights? was this a veteran person? To me, in my mind, there is no way that a veteran on the job was the one who was working for either, whether it was state police or whether it was Secret Service. There's zero way that this is like, a military veteran, longtime, veteran cop who's been doing this, because they would have the confidence, right, and to take that shot, just like Mark Fuzzetti said. And so to me, what this smacks of, it's not the gender, it's not anything like that. It's an experience.
Well, if you see the photos of the Secret Service around Trump, no offense, because look, if they're qualified women, great. Whoever's willing to do that job, God bless them, because you're basically signing up to take a bullet for the president or whoever it is. But you, the one woman is like 5 foot tall. Yeah, like how is she gonna, get on top of a 6'4" Donald Trump?
Right. Yeah, but Greg, we now because of what you're talking about, though, let us not forget that we used to, back in the day, and I forget what year this changed, but there was a time when there were physical strength and physical size requirements for these jobs. Okay, and I'm from a family of cops, firefighters, as well as military, and they have talked about this for years, because in my family particularly, these are big guys. The smallest is my dad at like 6'2.5". Most of them are 6'5". And they would complain about this, because what they would say is, hey, we get it, that maybe it's not fair, but then let's put guys in the NFL. Let's have a requirement that in the NFL, if you're 5'2", you should be able to play football. Let's see how everybody would react to that. And so the bottom line to your point is that physical strength matters and physical size matters. We talk about it in sports. Nobody has a problem with it. But in these jobs, it is a physical and a stamina job. Yeah. So whether you're going to talk about gender or what, you don't even have to bring up gender. If there's a 6'3" woman out there who has the strength of XYZ, and you fulfill the criteria, boom, then you're in. But I think that's the question that we have to answer here.
I love how we don't elect a president under 6 feet tall. DeSantis is too short to be the vice president, but we can have 4'7" women protecting the president in the Secret Service. Are you serious? I mean, can we get some consistency? With all due respect.
And clearly Trump, she was close to Trump. You could tell by the way that she had probably the most heart. I mean, you saw her, right? So that she's dedicated. I would just say this, that these different strength and size requirements put her life, not just the president's life, but her life.
She gets a lot of credit for me for what she did, whether she's qualified or not. She was willing to take a bullet, unlike those cowards in Uvalde that waited over an hour to go in for that school shooting. This lady's draping herself like a golf polo over Trump, saying if bullet 9 number comes, it's going through my torso.
I mean, she was covering his body, and he's saying to her, wait, his arm around her.
Right.
So I don't question her dedication. I'm simply saying that if we're going to have that conversation, there are a whole lot of men listening who benefit in their law enforcement job because those requirements as far as physicality. Yep. Back in the day, if you were, and I forget what it was, if you were under 5'7" or something of that nature, you couldn't be a cop.
Yep. Speaking of cops and protocol, when we talk about being cleared to take a shot, Tom is in Percy. He's a retired police officer, and he just vanished.
Oh,
Tom, give us a call back if you can, because I think you had some good information to share. 855-839-1210. Let me grab Ed in Delran quickly here, because we're almost out of time. Ed, you go right ahead.
Hey, let me tell you what, there's so many ways I can go with this, and I had to do a lot of thinking while I was on hold. And here's some of what I got to say. Number one, when I was at church yesterday, they offered up prayers for Trump and the Trump family and civility and all that. But I even went up when the band was playing the last song and even offered up more prayers for the safety of not only Trump and his family, but the people around him as well. So that's number one. Number two, when we were in North Wildwood, I was looking up in the sky while we were waiting for Trump to come out. They had drones flying around looking for people. They had helicopters flying around looking for people. But at this event, they had none of that. I want to know why. I would love to know why.
Yeah. You can't let your guard down just because you're in Butler, PA, right? Like, I know the Jersey Shore, more high profile, more people, bigger population, bigger crowds. But just because you're out in the middle of, Timbuktu, so to speak, doesn't mean that the security detail or the local authorities should be any less qualified or any less present in sheer volume of number of people. I'm very interested to see if Tom in Percy gets back with us, and we'll get his thoughts. So, Tom, even if we're in the cut sheet, we'll come to you because I know you're a retired cop, and you can share that information. 855-839-1210. One last call quickly here because the cut sheet's about 6 minutes out. Anthony is up next on Talk Radio 1210. Anthony, you go ahead.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
The answer to how you got that many shots off and that little time, there's a trigger on the market. It's a modified trigger, a Hypertech, and it's a 2-to-1 shot. So when you pull, the projectile comes out. When you release the trigger, another projectile comes out. So it's a 2-to-1 shot. So at 3 seconds, he got all 6 shots.
Gotcha. Anthony, thank you for the call. Tom is back. We'll wrap quickly with Tom. Tom in Percy, you go right ahead, sir.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great show.
Thank you, Tom.
Hey, I'm a retired police officer in Pennsylvania, and all municipal police officers are trained the same way, and the use of deadly force is the same. If somebody's pointing a weapon, as a police officer, if you see somebody pointing a weapon at somebody else, your responsibility is to preserve life, so you shoot the gunman. You cannot outdraw a trigger pull. So if you see somebody on a roof pointing a rifle, you don't know where he's pointing at. You know he's not supposed to be there. That's the use of deadly force. One of the other things is that the lack of personnel there, as far as law enforcement goes, just boggled my mind. I was up at Pocono this weekend, and on the traffic going in and out, I bet you there were at least 50 state troopers. It blows my mind that they didn't have that type of protection for the President of the United States.
Tom, thank you for the insight. I would imagine moving forward, if I was Trump, I would have enhanced security. Although I think I just saw a story last night from Politico saying at the RNC convention, which is going on in Milwaukee this week, that there will not be any additional resources. It will be the same operating procedure as usual.
It's funny. I sent a message to Rich and DeSantis yesterday, and I just said, hey, allow, because they're broadcasting live from there at 3 o'clock. I said, allow for a lot of time because I'm assuming security there is going to be crazy. And apparently it's not. So I don't know. I don't know what to say. Like,
right.
I thought it would be, but apparently it's not.
Apparently not.
Well, I think they say it's a contained situation, and it already was at the top level of security.
Sure, it was. Yes. Yeah.
But I know that there are many calls in the House of Representatives. The Secret Service head Biggity Big that we talked about earlier, Cheadle, she was called to answer to Biden yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So now she's going to have to go before the House of Representatives.
That must have been a tough grilling. Biden.
And she was on.
What's your name again, sweetie?
Yep.
It's on. Hello.
Can you imagine that grilling?
Where's Jackie?
Who are you again?
God.
And
they let women do this.
Keep in
job?
mind too, this will be the convention is in a arena, so
How
it's
many
not
babies
in the
have you made?
outdoors.
Stop. She was on his detail when he was the Veep under Obama.
He doesn't remember that. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? He's going to talk to her like he met her for the first time.
Oh my God.
855-839-1210. What's on the cut sheet? Well, you'll find out on the other side. It's Kayal and Company. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
But before the cut sheet, we got to talk about the kitchen, right? If you're just tired of your old, drab, outdated kitchen, or what about that bathroom, especially your guest bathroom? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. And with a new vanity, and what about a tub shower conversion? You are going to love that new bathroom. Plus, Kitchen Magic offers an industry-leading warranty. Plus, Kitchen Magic is a 10-year recipient of the Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Yeah, local employer. Right now, Kitchen Magic offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing. Plus, Kitchen Magic offering 10% off your entire remodel. So get your free in-home consultation today. Just contact them, kitchenmagic.com, and get your free in-home consultation on the calendar. Do this. You're going to love the magic. kitchenmagic.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Now, your Live Nation lineup.
Don't miss these upcoming shows.
Check out Ellen's Last Stand-Up on July 31st at the Academy of Music. Plus, see James Taylor and his All-Star Band at The Man August 30th. Then see Ringo Starr and his All-Star Band at The Man September 24th. Plus, check out Mike Birbiglia on October 11th at the Academy of Music. Don't forget Ellen, James Taylor, Ringo Starr, and Mike Birbiglia. For tickets and info, go to livenation.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Find out what healthcare practitioners already know. Topperson can help your feet feel better. Our patented foot pain relief cream offers soothing, moisturizing relief that can help with everything from neuropathy to normal wear and tear. With 14 proprietary ingredients, Topperson Foot is the miracle foot relief you need to try. Guaranteed Topperson Foot is available at CVS Pharmacy, Walgreens, and at Amazon, Walmart, and Topperson.com. Turn back the clock on your aching feet. Topperson, rub it in. Use only as directed.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering to qualified buyers a maximum discount of $13,176. This offer is good on all 2024 XC90s in stock. $13,176. Plus, the Cherry Hill Volvo 2024 model year sell down. Pricing and attention to detail here is not to be missed. Volvo should be on your shopping list now. This is the time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Joel Embiid is excited.
The process marches on.
Oh, George, welcome to Philadelphia.
Morris, hallelujah.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School in Warminster, PA, Saturday, September 28th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
The Sixers will prevail.
Oh, baby! joeconklin.com. Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company, welcome back in 746 as we roll on live on a Monday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. And your thoughts, calls, comments, 855-839-1210. You can tweet us at 1210 WPHT and let it rip on YouTube. A lot to get to this morning as we continue to digest and make sense of what transpired Saturday night in Butler, Pennsylvania. But before we do any more of that, let's hear from some other people and what they had to say following Saturday night's tragic events. It's time for a Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
See if I remember how to do this. What's on the Cut Sheet on this Monday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. How'd I do? Good.
You did pretty well.
Thank you.
After 15 days, you're back. By the way, the last time you were on was the day after the debate.
Yeah.
felt like you were gone for 2 months.
Yeah. Well, you know. I take the same vacation every year.
You do.
So, it's all good. I've been teasing this all morning. Cut 7, Phil. This is what the Biden Secret Service Director, Kimberly Cheadle, was busy with in the year leading up to what occurred in Butler, PA on Saturday night. This is courtesy of CBS News. Director Kimberly Cheadle with her goal hiring 30% female agents by the year 2030. Cut 7, Phil, go.
To expand hiring, they're aiming to have 30% women recruits by 2030, and even allowed YouTube influencer Michelle Carre to train with agents.
But I'm very conscious, as I sit in this chair now, of making sure that we need to attract diverse candidates and ensure that we are developing and giving opportunities to everybody in our workforce, and particularly women.
That workforce will be pivotal for the 2024 campaign season, which for the first time includes a former president who already has lifetime protection. Agents were there when Donald Trump was arraigned in New York.
We were able to work out the details ahead of time of how that particular day was going to go, but we will always ensure the safety of all of our protectees that we have.
The survey.
So live by DEI, die by DEI. Everything woke turns to crap. My God. So thankfully, we in a very, very partisan world, we do have some bipartisan common sense as 2 House members introduced bipartisan legislation Sunday to enhance Secret Service protection for Trump, Biden, and RFK Jr. That is Republican Mike Lawler and Democrat Richie Torres, who proposed the bill in the wake of Saturday's assassination attempt of Mr. Trump in Pennsylvania, saying, quote, "Last night's attempted assassination of former President Trump was a dark moment in our nation's history. As reports continue to emerge, it's clear that more protection is needed for all major candidates for president." One other quote here. "That's why we're planning on introducing bipartisan legislation providing President Joe Biden, former President Donald Trump, and candidate RFK Jr. with enhanced Secret Service protection. Anything less would be a disservice to our democracy." Yes, let's surround people like those 3 with the best. Not 3 out of 10 needing to be female. If she's qualified, if she meets all of the stringent requirements, great. Same thing with any other, quote, marginalized community of the past. But if it's 10 straight white guys, then so be it.
I can't. I'm sorry. This may sound sexist, but it would be the same if it was a 5-foot male. There are certain requirements for jobs.
Yes.
Right? Not everybody is qualified to do everything. Certainly not this job.
Right.
This job takes like the creme de la creme of people.
Yes.
Whoever those people are. But to see a 5-foot woman who's supposed to be protecting a 6'4" man and shield him is absolutely absurd and ridiculous.
And now we're also bringing in social media influencers. If I never hear the word influencer again, I will die a happy man. I am sick of these little internet toads. Go away.
I will say this, that first of all, Secret Service, it is being reported that Secret Service has said that they had the perimeter of the rally, and anything beyond the rally perimeter by law is the job of local law enforcement, that they work together.
So the question becomes, is that 130-yard out rooftop in the perimeter or outside of the perimeter?
It was outside the perimeter. So
then
it was
it's
outside
on the cops.
So then the other report that I was referencing, the New York Post has that they're quoting law enforcement officials on the condition of anonymity. They're saying that officer that I referred to, and there is audio and video, amateur, of people telling an officer, go, and you can see a guy on the roof and you can hear Trump speaking.
Right.
And they're saying, there's a guy on the roof, there's a guy on the officer, there's a guy on the roof. And so that officer, reportedly, whose department had been enlisted, he's a local cop there in Butler, PA.
Yeah.
Enlisted by Secret Service to help with security beyond the SS perimeter. He encountered Crooks, the suspect who's now dead. Crooks pointed his, rifle at him, he reportedly backed down the cop.
Yeah.
And then he reportedly backed down the ladder, and then Crooks immediately took aim and got off those 8 shots, which would be 4, because as was just explained, it's 4 times. He pulled the trigger. Every time you release, it's another shot.
Okay. Can you imagine our world, our country being turned completely upside down by this 20-year-old nerd?
Mm-hmm.
Like just like some kid who was bullied and just couldn't accept life, so it had to be like
Yep.
It's nauseating that we are, that our Secret Service, the best of the best, we're almost outsmarted.
Yeah.
By a 20-year-old
right.
kid.
And the lack of courage of the officer. I mean, if I'm just thinking about this in very simplistic terms, if you see the guy up there and you're getting ready to go up and you go halfway up and then you go back down, I mean, my God, even if the guy is pointing the rifle in your face, I mean, you have to do something. But assuming the guy didn't even. The guy with the rifle laying there is at a different angle, obviously zoomed in on the podium where Trump is. Continue climbing the ladder, get on that rooftop, and put a few in his back.
Yeah.
My God.
But so, Pennsylvania State Police Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens, we know him well, the spokesperson for our Pennsylvania State Police. He did hold a news conference. He was telling reporters that local police are enlisted to help the Secret Service, but Secret Service has the lead on securing
this. Of course, yeah.
So there's now this back and forth of finger pointing.
Oh, God.
Because Secret Service is saying this is our perimeter. Pennsylvania State Police pushing back saying, wait a minute.
Right.
This is their gig. But we do know the numbers as far as in Butler County, there were local police there were 6 officers from Butler County. Reportedly, the one who climbed up the ladder and confronted the gunman right before he shot at Trump, he was a local Butler County officer. I don't know if he was in the TAC unit because there were 6 of them. He's a Butler County local cop.
Well, and let's go beyond the scope of the Secret Service for just a moment with their 30% quota. I mean, let's think about where Butler, PA might be with their local police as well as other agencies throughout the country at a municipal level or even at a state police level. We've seen a lot of people that, I mean, let's face it, Plymouth Township's been hiring for cops for 6 months. I mean, we hear all this defund the police, demonizing the police, demoralizing the police. And also, this day and age, you need to be of the utmost confidence before you fire your weapon, or else, weaponized prosecutors go after the cops instead of the bad guys. And I don't know if that was going through this guy's head. I don't know if this guy was a young officer. I don't know if he's a 25-year veteran. But those are the thoughts that go through your mind when we have a failure of police. And now I'm thinking this is like a Hollywood movie. Yeah. Well, no, the FBI takes precedence here. No, it's the local cops. You always see that conflict in movies based on guns and crime. Well, no, it's the feds have authority here. Like this now this a storyline from a movie playing out in real time because the Secret Service and Butler, PA can't get on the same page. Unacceptable.
This is an eyewitness that told the BBC that he informed police and Secret Service about a suspicious man on a roof with a rifle. And guess what? According to his claim, he was ignored. Cut 6, Phil, go.
And listen to the rally, right? We couldn't see him, but we could hear him. So we walked up, and probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea, But we noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, and, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle.
A rifle.
We could clearly see him with a rifle.
Oh my God.
Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. He's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2-3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes?
He was up there.
You saw him up there for a couple of minutes?
Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And you were telling police and the Secret Service?
We were telling the police. We were pointing at him for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree.
Could they see
Binoculars.
Could they see him?
Probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here?
That's the question.
I mean, this is not a big place.
Did you see, I mean, obviously everyone, when the shooting started, everyone was very panicked. Did you see what happened to him at all?
Oh, yeah, they blew his head off.
Okay, sorry.
Secret Service blew his head off.
Okay, just be careful because we don't quite know who's watching, but you're pretty sure they shot the guy?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay.
Yep.
You saw that happen?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And did you see them go up to him afterwards, or?
They crawled up on the roof. They had their guns pointed at him, make sure he was dead. He was dead, and that was it. It was over.
I retweeted our buddy Newman Price has posted a aerial screenshot of the entire area. So when you look at it, if you see it on Twitter, you'll see the rooftop. And, behind the rooftop, you see a water tower, a little parking lot, a couple of areas of grass, and then some trees. This guy didn't just, all of a sudden come down from Pluto and land on the rooftop. He had to walk through that back parking lot or came through the trees. It's kind of a little bit of a wooded area, but it shouldn't matter. There's no way that guy should have made whatever point A was to point B undetected. How that happens, I mean, there legitimately we need investigations. We need people to lose jobs. I don't care if it's Secret Service.
Nobody's going to lose a job.
Police.
Yeah.
My God.
I think I disagree with you, Greg. I think that the head of the Secret Service, Cheadle, will resign.
You think so?
Yeah.
I could see
or be demoted or whatever, but will resign from that top.
Okay, I disagree with that. I think somebody at the Butler Police might lose a job.
That might be too, but ultimately this was a Secret Service. It's their job. That's their job. Protect POTUS. Boom.
Yeah.
There are calls now to
agree.
beef up security. There are calls by lawmakers. I mean, this is bipartisan. I know they're investigating it, but there are calls to increase, security for Trump, Biden, and RFK Jr.
Oh, who doesn't have a security team?
Right, who has nothing.
Right. Yeah. And how long has Kennedy been saying that he should be provided Secret Service protection?
It's crazy.
Based on the history of that family, now you have Trump. I'm sure Joe will be taken care of.
This is the FBI. The FBI held a press conference after the event on Saturday, and they said that the Secret Service needs to answer how the shooter was able to make an attempt on Trump's life. I mean, do you think? This is cut 5, Phil. Where are we here? Cut 5, go.
From what you've been briefed on, it sounds like law enforcement only knew he was up there until shots were fired. Is that what you're hearing?
So that is the assessment at this time.
So are you surprised that a sniper was able to fire off a handful of shots at the former president? I mean,
again, we're still working through the security apparatus that the Secret Service had in place, what potentially happened. There's going to be a long investigation into exactly what took place and how the individual was able to get access to the location, what type of weapon he had. All that it is really days, weeks, and months of investigation.
Yeah.
And thankfully Trump is alive, but we've been talking about that all morning. Unfortunately, because somebody failed to do their job, a mom and a daughter lost their husband and father, right? Yeah. And I know that gets lost in the shuffle, but people are now dealing with real world casualties because of this failure. And I'm also looking at this building again. It almost looks like, if you zoom in on it, that there's two buildings almost simultaneously up against each other with maybe a little crack in between, like a little 3 foot wide where you could walk between the two. But, I mean, you think about the objects in this photo. You've got a couple of pop-up tents, what looks like maybe a shed, 3 kind of rooftops where the people are gathered around behind the bleachers. You got a water tower and then a couple of rooftops in the parking lot. This should be a very easy area to secure when you're the Secret Service out in rural Pennsylvania. I mean, you only had to factor in probably 12 to 15 objects where a conceivable threat could set up shop. And one of the most obvious ones, I mean, honestly, less than 400 feet away with direct sight.
Yeah.
That kid did a better job scouting than the Secret Service did.
Amen. Amen.
A 20-year-old,
yes.
like you just said, outsmarting the world's best.
And by the way, it was reported, I don't know if this report was accurate or not, Dawn, maybe you can, but there was a report that he had like explosives or something in his car, in his home or something.
Well, that's the fallout as they found his vehicle. There were IEDs, explosives, and they've interviewed the neighbors. And by the way, the neighbors in this farm community have said that they were never interviewed by any law enforcement, which is what is supposed to happen. Usually if somebody's within a mile or 2 of a rally, they go door to door, they assess the area. Mm-hmm. None of that reportedly was done. So questions about that. But yes, that the vehicle, which had Arizona plates, that van was loaded with explosives, IEDs, things of that nature. I know that yesterday they had surrounded his home, mm-hmm. and they're questioning his family, and the family is fully cooperating by all reports, but the focus now on his father, who is the legal firearms owner of the rifle used in the assassination attempt mm-hmm. of former President Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, I'm reading the 2 quotes the dad gave the New York Post. He said he's still trying to figure out, quote, what the hell is going on, and wanted to, quote, wait until I talk to law enforcement. This is one of those things, too, where I hope it's not one of these, well, the parents never foresaw this. I'm stunned that my kid would do this, or the neighbors like, oh, he was always a pleasant boy. Like, and I get it. Sometimes we get caught up in our own world. We don't pay attention to others. But I would think if you have some sort of routine interaction with somebody like Thomas Matthew Crooks, which hopefully will be the last time I say his name, you can kind of figure out if people have got it going on or if they're a little detached. You know what I'm saying? And the father of all people should know.
Well, NBC News interviewed some of his high school classmates. This person says that he was reportedly rejected from his school's rifle team because of his bad shot and his off-color jokes. This is Cut 21. Phil, go.
He would sit alone at lunch. I mean, he was just an outcast, and you know how kids are nowadays, so they're going to see someone like that, and they're going to target him because they think it's funny or whatever. So it's the best way I can describe it. And it's honestly kind of sad. Like, I don't want to say this is what provoked it, but you never know.
Yeah. You said he was a loner?
Yeah. I want to say he was a loner more because he was quiet, but, like, he was just bullied. Like, he was bullied so much. So much.
This was high school.
Yeah.
What did they, do you remember at all what they said to him or called him?
No. He was just made fun of, I guess, for the way he dressed or his appearance.
So, in a matter of days, I mean, maybe even in a matter of hours, because that's the way the media works and that's the way the Democrats will work, there'll be once again the call to, ban guns and take away firearms and more restrictions.
Oh, it's already happening.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already happening.
We won't talk about the mental. What is the common element here with a lot of these shooters? Whether they are this guy, whether it's an LGBTQ shooting, it's mental health. It's not the guns, it's mental health, because there's something wrong with you if you decide in your life that you're going to climb a roof with a shotgun and try to shoot a former president.
There's obviously many layers to all of this. The first layer being that this was a loser who wanted to be famous and wanted to, get back at everybody who bullied him and blah, 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 blah. On the other hand, you have the Secret Service and government agents that completely effed this up by not securing this, by letting this degenerate climb a roof and get within 130 yards of the former president of the United States. So there's many layers to this whole thing.
Yes, indeed.
We played this earlier. This is an NBC News report about the roof where this kid was a well-known high-priority vulnerability. This is cut 26. Phil, go.
That the roof where the shooter was located was a well-known high-priority vulnerability. It was identified just the day before during a security walkthrough. We've also just learned that there were 2 counter-sniper teams on site and that the counter-sniper did not need approval to shoot. One source telling NBC News that prior protocols were not followed.
So the day before, so that's Friday, you're scouting it out, you're walking around with your team and your unit, and you say, oh, look at this roof. Yep, that's got to be high priority. Write that one down, Bill. That's number 2 on the list. I mean, with all due respect, that's, something, I imagine that's how they do this, and, they, computers and communication. That's the other thing, too. I'm so sick of communication failures in a day and age where we have more ways to communicate with other human beings than ever before. Communication gaffes are unacceptable at this level. And I know people, well, everybody's human, everybody makes mistakes. But you know what? When you're in the Secret Service, when you're at the highest level of protecting high-ranking assets, you don't get a mulligan because Donald Trump almost got killed, okay?
Yeah.
And somebody else lost their life.
This is an interesting piece of footage, Nick. If you want to describe this to the audience that can't go on YouTube to see this because they're driving to work and busy feeding their families. This footage looks to me like it shows the sniper that actually took out this creep. He appeared to notice him just a couple of seconds before the shots rang out. So you're wondering why the hesitation.
Right.
So let me play this video. This is cut 10, Phil. I'm going to give you ample time to pull this up. This is cut 10. So you can kind of see the sniper notice him, and then the shots ring out, and then he shoots.
Okay.
So you wonder what the hesitation was. Cut 10, Phil, go.
And that's a little bit old, that shot.
Yep, there he is on his knees,
If you
looking into the scope.
Take a look at what happened.
Sees him, and then you hear the shots.
Right.
You see,
he kind of bucks.
Yes, there's that little hesitation.
He flinches a couple of times.
Yeah, Phil, if you can run that back one more time, just to show the people at home or the people who miss it, you can see him kind of like buck his head, like he sees him. You hear the shots, and then he shoots.
Yeah, and here it comes. All right, he looks up, he looks down, he kind of leans back, then his gun kind of dips down, and then he fires.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like he didn't believe what he was actually seeing, like an oh my God moment, right? Like I need people that are just
experienced.
Yes.
I mean, that guy should have been, what do I know, right? He's far more trained than I'll ever be. But you're looking through that scope. You've got eyes on certain things. You hear the shot. The moment you see the target, the threat, I mean, that's got to be instantaneous where your finger is going bang, and you're taking out the threat. I mean, that's how you get to that level, right?
Yeah.
I mean, these aren't people fresh out of an academy, I would think, right? You got to work your way up to be Secret Service.
Sniper?
They're not putting 22-year-olds with a criminal justice degree from Montgomery Community College in that role.
And let me just say this. He acted. He blew the kid's head off, which is all you can ask for. But you can see the hesitation there, and I don't know if that's. Would a more experienced gunman just see that and just shoot?
Yeah. Well,
I don't know.
I don't know if he is assigned one target to keep an eye on the whole time or if he's surveilling multiple areas. I would love to talk to somebody as to what the protocol is and just what levels of responsibility and how many different targets or assumed targets based on their, homework on Friday that they're in charge of. So I don't know in that matter of seconds if he went from scanning the water tower to the parking lot to the roof and then sees the guy on the roof and then takes him out. In his defense, I mean, that could, and to be honest, even though he probably could have done more and been quicker, in all honesty, if he went from target A to target B to target C in, 4 seconds?
Yeah.
I mean, that's still pretty quick.
Agreed. And we're all Monday morning quarterbacking.
Right,
we
right.
would not. I could not do that job. So like, it's it's. But I'm just saying that in that instance, milliseconds count. I mean, think about Trump's reaction. If he would have turned his head one way or the other, it could have been over. You know what I mean? So milliseconds in this actually count a lot.
Yeah. Millimeters, and he's dead.
So they discussed this obviously on the Sunday morning shows yesterday. This is A.T. Smith, who discussed. He was on Face the Nation. He was discussing the Secret Service and how that they had adequate amount of time to prepare before the rally, and he sees a failure in this as well. This is cut 12. Phil, go.
What do we know about the security perimeter exactly here, and what went wrong?
Well, obviously, the number one problem, the most glaring question to be asked is, how did this individual make it to the roof of that building with a long rifle, an AR-15 type rifle, apparently? The Secret Service plan has 3 concentric rings of security, an inner perimeter, a middle, and an outer. And the counter sniper team is responsible for that outer perimeter up to 1,000 yards. And so it's their responsibility to pan out and watch all of that and look for the sort of thing that occurred yesterday.
So did the Secret Service have adequate time to prepare for this rally? I understand this Butler, Pennsylvania location had been used before by the Trump campaign.
Yes, they did have an adequate amount of time. I spoke to my sources at the Secret Service, and this was like any other planned advance. They were there, several days in advance, so there was no short notice or anything like that.
If we could go back, Phil, if you could just freeze the end of the video with the visual, because it's actually a different angle and it's more encompassing than the picture I retweeted on Twitter from our buddy Newman Price. You can see more of the rooftops. The last couple of seconds before they go back in. Yeah, there you go. Freeze it right there. So you can actually see, it does look like there's a little entranceway between where the suspected gunman's location is and maybe like 6 feet behind him. Looks like it kind of falls off a ledge there, and maybe there's grass or a walkway. And there's also these little nooks and crannies. It kind of looks like a little maze. So I would imagine that area had to be scouted intensely. And you see some cars in the parking lot.
Yeah.
There's also some other trees on the far left of the visual if you're seeing this still shot on YouTube. I mean, that right there, that shouldn't require, Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, for the love of God, nobody should be able to get in and out of there.
Let me just say this, because you mentioned earlier, Nick, you mentioned the fact that, this isn't New York City where there's all these high rises and everything around there. Like, there's not very many places in this area where you can get shots off.
Yeah.
And the fact that all of them weren't equipped is stunning to me.
Yeah. And
right?
And you heard that guy on CBS saying they go up to 1,000 yards out.
Yeah.
And this guy's 130 yards away. He's a Mike Opelka 7-iron away.
Crazy.
They were getting Fox News, NBC, everybody. That last interview we played was from the BBC, but they were getting reactions from a lot of the rally goers, and this one got emotional following the assassination attempt, and this is what he said. This is cut 2. Phil, go.
When we were trying to get out after we got the all clear, but it was more, fear for everybody involved that it was going to be a crowd thing or multiple more shots coming from everywhere. And my first priority was my family, and then.
That's another good point. Can I just stop this for 1 second? That's a great point. When you're in that and you hear all this gunfire, the first thing you think about is, like, everybody heads for the exits or ducks or whatever. You never think about, like, the crowd, from what I see, was very, like, calm.
And frozen, almost frozen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially those sitting directly behind Trump.
Yep.
I mean, I can't imagine being in that situation. I mean, I would have been the first one to bail out of there. You don't know how you're going to react until you're in that situation.
Yeah. And we'll get to the hero who saved his daughter and wife in 1 second. Let's continue with cut 2. Phil, go.
President Trump raising his hand,
How did it make you feel when he did that?
That gave, hope for him. Relief. I was relieved that he was okay, good enough at that time to at least acknowledge that he was okay. And I was hoping that, it wasn't a critical shot and that was kind of more of an indication to me that it wasn't. And, it was more of a relief for him at that time, but it was still very scary afterwards because at one point in time we were released to get up and then back down. So we didn't know if there was another shooter or if anything else was going to transpire.
Renee, tell me about that moment where the president gets up, Secret Service is trying to get him out of there.
Yeah.
And he turns and said, fight, fight, fight.
Yeah, so this is kind of crazy, Lawrence. You just brought a memory. So as soon as he got up, you can kind of see me in the background, and I raised my hand I was yes, yes. And for about 2.5 to 3 hours, I took my sign that says never surrender, going up and down the streets, going, we fight harder, we fight harder. I mean, this is where we fight even harder than we did before. So, I'm all in for Trump, have been ever since he walked down that escalator. And, the fact that they tried to do this, somebody maliciously tried to do this, and however it happened, it really hurts that somebody would do that to anybody, much less somebody who's fighting for us. So we're going to fight for him, right?
8 years of ridiculous rhetoric, none more ridiculous than comparing him to Hitler. I mean, that's what we talked about a lot the last 2 weeks after the debate, and once we got past the Joe cognitive decline stuff. I mean, it's just nonsensical that you would compare that guy to a man who killed 6 million Jews and wanted more. And when we've been talking about a variety of issues globally since October 7th, it's not Trump, it's not the Republicans, it's the far left progressives post-October 7th when Hamas slaughtered all of those innocent Jewish people from the river to the sea. The audacity for that side to claim somebody on the other side is Hitler is next level stupidity. And you know what? I'm not a person that gets offended by words, but there are people out there that are not mentally stable enough to move past words and then take it to actions. And we don't know the motive of that 20-year-old, but obviously something triggered him, no pun intended, to want to kill Donald Trump. I don't know if it's something Biden said, the media said, another politician said, or if he was just a sick individual for whatever reason. But you know what? We talk about dialing it back. Yeah, maybe you should stop. We had the magazine, New Republic magazine, that did an altered AI Photoshop image, basically merging Trump's facial features to Hitler to create a combination of what the two would look like if they were merged together. Maybe we can stop that garbage.
You mentioned the fight thing, Nick. CNN was mad that Trump raised his fist.
CNN's mad the sun came up.
This is cut 8. Phil, go.
I do want to say there was one thing that when I watched the tape, I found odd because of all of the heated rhetoric. And that is that after he was hit, former President Trump got up and said, fight, fight, fight. I think what we're hearing from people is that's not the message that we want to be sending right now. We want to tamp it down.
Yeah. I mean, what a society. What a network. No wonder why they come in last place. Trump posting on Truth, and we were asking, is it time to dial things back? Will Joe Biden dial it back? You'll hear from Biden coming up. But Trump posted this on Truth, and we've also heard that he's going to alter his speech and gear it towards unity, and maybe that changes a man when he gets grazed with a bullet. But Trump says on Truth Social, thank you to everyone for your thoughts and prayers yesterday. We will, in capital letters, fear not, but instead remain resilient in our faith and, quote, defiant in the face of wickedness, united, true character as Americans, remaining strong and determined, and not allowing evil to win. And look, when he gives this speech, I'm assuming presumably today, maybe it will be very, very unifying. But I also think, you know what? If they're willing to put a bullet through your ear, are you really going to dial it back at this point? I don't know. I don't think you should. I mean, would I like to see Joe and Trump together, not on a phone call, together on a stage to dampen it down? Yes. But we've gotten tweets this morning from a few people, and I've got a couple of other texts saying if Joe Biden really wants to de-escalate it, they would pardon Trump and drop those charges against him. I don't think that's ever going to happen. But if that did happen, I think that would be remarkable.
On ABC this week, George Stephanopoulos and Martha Raddatz were discussing this, and Stephanopoulos said that the Trump and his supporters have contributed to this violent rhetoric. This is cut 3, Phil, go.
As you point out, those statements from J.D. Vance and Vivek Ramaswamy, of course, President Trump and his supporters have contributed to this violent rhetoric as well.
Well, absolutely, George. We were just looking back this morning at some of the things that former President Trump has said. He warned last March of potential death and destruction if he were charged by the Manhattan District Attorney. Our country is being destroyed as they tell us to be peaceful. Trump in January warned of bedlam in the country if the criminal charges against him succeeded. And, of course, in March, he said, now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That will be the least of it. He said he was partly joking and that was taken out of context. But those are indeed his words. And you have heard it from supporters as well. And supporters are certainly in some parts angry. And let's remember January 6th. In so many ways for the campaign, January 6th will probably be in the background after yesterday's event. This is a very difficult time for this campaign. I'm sure this week in Milwaukee that President Trump will highlight this, and President Biden is going to have to figure out how to go forward with this campaign and what exactly they say.
So 2 things, and both of which are basically, well, I'm going to repeat myself from the big take. The bloodbath comment was about the automobile manufacturing industry with Mexico, where there's going to be a bloodbath in the car market, okay? So if you watch the full clip, instead of getting things from social media, I sound like Stalker here, you would hear the full context of it. And again, going back to January 6th, like I said in the opening sentence of my big take, that was what has been playing out was the inciting of an assassination attempt. I don't want to hear any more about inciting an insurrection. It's not even comparable. The guy had a bullet go through his ears, okay? It wasn't breaking windows and sitting in Nancy Pelosi's chair. 2 totally different things.
Joe Biden, you mentioned, you made passing reference to this earlier, Nick, which I think is interesting. That Joe Biden spoke, like 3 times in the last couple of days?
3.
Yeah. So his initial press conference happened around 6 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday, right after the event happened. And a reporter asked him about if this was an assassination attempt, and he refused to say it. He says, I have my theories or I have my opinions, but he refused to say it. So this is how that started. This is cut 14, Phil, go.
Do you think it was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough to. I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
He's got an opinion, but no facts. He'd make a hell of a talk show host.
Well, you pointed out, which I think is correct, that like they're very quick to have opinions on everything else.
Yes.
They're very quick to say this, that, and the other. I mean, by 6 o'clock, by 6:15 is when this news report took place.
Yeah,
I was at a graduation party. Everybody was saying Trump was almost assassinated.
Yeah.
Trump was almost assassinated. Like, everybody else was saying it.
What else would you classify it? When a president or former president is shot at, it's called an assassination.
Yeah.
There's no other terminology for it. This wasn't a drive-by shooting. This wasn't gang turmoil. This wasn't something Dawn reports at 6:05 or 7:05. That's the term. Assassination. Use it.
I'm amazed they didn't call it gun violence.
That CNN headline. Trump. What was the headline that you cited, Dawn,
that
earlier?
He fell. There were 2 of them.
Trump falls.
That he fell.
Yeah, he almost got stung by a bee.
And the problem I have with that is that video came out, and you can see him grab for his ear.
Yep.
You can clearly, and you hear this pop, pop. To say that he fell, that was whoever, and I know it's a weekend crew, whatever. If I were in that newsroom, I would expect somebody to be fired.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
I agree.
Then he came out yesterday at like 1:30 in the afternoon, and he did call it an assassination attempt. But this time he was surrounded by Merrick Garland, Kamala Harris, Mayorkas. So the
Three Stooges.
The whole crew is there.
Crew of incompetence.
This is cut. Where are we here? This is cut 17. Phil, go.
Good afternoon. Last night, I spoke with Donald Trump. I'm sincerely grateful that he's doing well and recovering, and we had a short but good conversation. Jill and I are keeping him and his family in our prayers. We also extend our deepest condolences to the family of the victim who was killed. He was a father. He was protecting his family from the bullets that were being fired, and he lost his life. God love him. We're also praying for the full recovery of those who were injured, and we're grateful to the Secret Service agents and other law enforcement agencies and individuals who risked their lives literally for our nation. As I said last night, there is no place in America for this kind of violence or any violence for that matter. An assassination attempt is contrary to everything we stand for as a nation, everything. It's not who we are as a nation. It's not America. And we cannot allow this to happen. Unity is the most elusive goal of all, but nothing is important than that right now, unity. We'll debate and we'll disagree. That's not going to change, but we're going to not lose sight, in fact, who we are as Americans.
Are you sure you want to call it an assassination attempt, Joe? After 17 hours of fact-finding? You get your facts now? Biden's campaign also, apparently, according to The Express, has suspended all outbound communications, including TV ads, as the president is, quote, grateful to hear Trump is safe and doing well. So the question is, when will they ratchet up the TV ads again? In 48 hours? Trump overturned Roe v. Wade. Trump did. Nice of them to maybe take a little ceasefire in their media blitz. We'll see how quickly they pick it back up.
More from the 1:30 press conference yesterday. This is cut 16, Phil. Biden warns the public not to make assumptions about the shooter's motives or his affiliations. This is cut 16, Phil, go.
President Harris and I were just briefed in the Situation Room by my Homeland Security team, including the Director of the FBI, the Secretary of Homeland Security, the Attorney General, the Director of the Secret Service, my Homeland Security Advisor, the National Security Advisor, and we're going to continue to be briefed. The FBI is leading this investigation, which is still in its early stages. We don't yet have any information about the motive of the shooter. We know who he is. I urge everyone, please, don't make assumptions about his motives or his affiliations. Let the FBI do their job and their partner agencies do their job. I'm instructed that this investigation be thorough and swift.
Yeah, because the FBI has been so effective the last couple of years, going after grandmothers that are 75 years old. Unbelievable. Obama also issuing a statement on Twitter saying, quote, there's absolutely no place for political violence in our democracy. Although we don't know exactly what happened, we should all be relieved that former President Trump wasn't seriously hurt and use this moment to recommit ourselves to civility and respect in our politics. Michelle and I are wishing him a quick recovery.
Governor Josh Shapiro, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, spoke at a press conference yesterday talking about the father who died, protecting his daughter and his wife. This is what he said about that. Cut 19, Phil, go.
It's also important to note that last night, 3 of our fellow Pennsylvanians were shot, 1 fatally, 2 in critical condition. I've just spent time speaking to the families, and I want to offer my prayers and the prayers of all 13 million Pennsylvanians for the 2 individuals who are being treated at this time. We lost a fellow Pennsylvanian last night, Corey Comparator. I just spoke to Corey's wife and Corey's 2 daughters. Corey was a girl dad. Corey was a firefighter. Corey went to church every Sunday Corey loved his community. And most especially, Corey loved his family. Corey was an avid supporter of the former president and was so excited to be there last night with him in the community. I asked Corey's wife if it would be okay for me to share that we spoke. She said yes. She also asked that I share with all of you that Corey died a hero, that Corey dove on his family to protect them last night at this rally. Corey was the very best of us. May his memory be a blessing.
Wow. That was a very well done speech by Josh Shapiro. You don't have to like his policies. I get it. But that was, dare I say, presidential. Nicely done.
Yeah, and immediately he said that he and Lori sent out their prayers. I think he was appropriate, unlike, I will say, unlike Biden, who initially, when I think that was a horrible moment for Biden, when he responded to a reporter's question. I know it was in the early times of it, but it felt like he just did not want to acknowledge that there was an assassination attempt because he knows full well what that means for the upcoming election.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of saying, hey, this is early in the investigation, but he could have said it would appears that this was an assassination. He could have even said the word appears if, you know, but the way he handled it, it was just a bad moment
You
for him.
can make the case and argue that this is the worst 17-day stretch of Joe Biden's 50 years in politics. I mean, this is a guy who does not want to leave the race. His wife does not want him to leave. And since June 27th, Joe Biden has been an unmitigated disaster. He got destroyed in the debate, and now the guy that he has weaponized the DOJ to go after gets shot. If you're Joe Biden and you have any semblance of your own situation and taking inventory of where you stand politically right now, when you're sitting down and, you know, getting ready to go to bed at 7:57 p.m., you got to be sitting there thinking like, man, I've got an uphill battle to November 5th. If in fact this thing hasn't been ended already, and we'll obviously talk about the implications. We'll start looking at new polls. Does the polls change? Do the polls change? Blah 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 blah. But I mean, you talk about a rough stretch. I mean,
he's also been on TV more in the last 17 days than he's been on TV in the last 5 years.
You're right.
Honestly,
Yeah.
like I can't turn on the TV now without him holding some sort of a press conference.
I know.
It's almost like it's by design.
His 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. days just got longer.
You mentioned this earlier, Nick Kayal, saying that there are no plans for Secret Service to increase security at the RNC, which, by the way, is going on starting today. The Zioli show will be live there this afternoon from 3 to 7. So no plans to tighten security at the RNC. This is the CNN report. Cut 24, Phil, go.
Capos joins us now from outside where I am in Milwaukee. Shimon, what else is the U.S. Secret Service saying about security?
Well, as you said, Jake, right now they feel that they have everything they need to keep the convention safe and certainly keep everyone safe. And we're starting to see some of that already tonight. I've been here since yesterday, and finally today we're starting to see some of that. I want to show you, these fences that they're starting to put up all across downtown Milwaukee. We're starting to see some of these trucks that they're bringing in.
By the way, as somebody who's been to conventions and done this, like that's normal. You
Okay.
know? Like that, the fences and everything.
This is no different than before.
No, when it was at the Wells Fargo Center in 2016 or whatever that was. I mean, that place was locked airtight.
Yeah.
You couldn't get in, with the perimeter, within the perimeter without the proper credentials.
Okay.
A little bit more here, Phil, go.
Here you could see, and what's really happening at these checkpoints, at these areas, they're bringing in a lot of out-of-state officers. These are officers here from Indiana State Police. On this side, there are more fences. This will be a car check, a checkpoint for vehicles, and you see there's New Jersey State Police here. So throughout the night, certainly we're expecting to see an increase in security here, especially because Donald Trump is now here. He's not far from here. He's staying at a hotel about 20 minutes or so away. The other thing is we're going to start to see that many of the roads around here start to shut down. They're going to close to pedestrians. They're going to close it to other vehicles. So right now, the Secret Service says they have no plans to increase security. They expect to keep things the way they are. They have a plan in place, and they expect to keep it the way it is. They see no reason right now, even after what happened on Saturday, Jake, to increase security, which sort of was a stunning moment today in the press conference that they finally had today. They didn't want to answer any of the questions about what happened on Saturday, and really they didn't answer even any questions about the security here, except to say that they have everything in place. They've been working on the security here for quite some time, and everything is in place, and they feel that it's good enough at this point.
All right, so he's about 20 minutes away in a hotel, so I would assume.
I'm surprised they didn't give the location.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's at the Hyatt on the 5th floor, room 527. It's window 6 from left to right across your television screen. So the moment he wakes up and gets out of bed until the moment he is inside of that center, I think it's the center is where the Milwaukee Bucks play basketball games. I don't know the name of the arena, but it's the equivalent of the Wells Fargo Center. So Secret Service would be on high alert. The Panther Arena?
Yeah.
Okay. So that'll be where, once he's inside, I mean, that's probably the absolutely safest spot, because from that setup, it looks like with those barricades, you can't even get a vehicle packed with explosives close enough to cause harm. And I say that because there was a white van that people were investigating on Saturday near the spot where Trump was shot. I believe that. And that's the other thing. I forgot to mention this, Dawn. You mentioned the van had Arizona plates on it?
Yes, that's what was reported.
How does this 20-year-old from Butler, Pennsylvania get a van with Arizona plates? That's what I want to know. Just a random pondering for me.
Well, the whole thing, whether it was a rental vehicle, because sometimes they'll have Maryland plates or
that's
different
true.
plates.
Yeah.
I don't know that.
Right.
But it just, the entire situation raises the question of how long was he planning this?
Yeah.
And it's just a reminder that, and they're considering it a case of domestic terrorism, is what they're calling it. But there are people who plot these things. If only the local police officer who climbed that ladder reportedly had taken a shot. If only the Secret Service, I don't know, had done more. We would be then discussing this morning how the police took preventive actions and what could have been.
Mm-hmm.
And this morning, of course, our Pennsylvania fire chief hero, Mr. Chief Compatore, would be alive.
Yep.
Yeah.
His daughter, Allison, had released the statement on Facebook, and that's being reported. And just her heart-wrenching statement of what he did heroically. It's just, the whole thing is just, it just makes you nauseous. But the headline this morning is not that if this was who fueled this.
Yeah.
And I think we have to have that conversation. Why did this happen? And if Republicans had that emotion-fueled debate all the time, I think it would be in more of a so-called mainstream media headline.
Yeah, no question.
Danger to democracy.
No doubt about it. I'm surprised they even used the phrase domestic terrorism. I thought that was only reserved for guys wearing red hats.
Then Joe Biden addressed the nation last night at 8 p.m.
Well, Joe put in a lot of work on the weekend.
Starting here with cut 22, Phil. Go.
But here we go.
I want to
Gotta
speak to
interrupt.
you
Here's
tonight
the
about the need for us to lower the temperature in our politics. And to remember, while we may disagree, we are not enemies. We're neighbors. We're friends, co-workers, citizens, and most importantly, we are fellow Americans. We must stand together. Yesterday's shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania calls on all of us to take a step back, take stock of where we are, how we go forward from here. Thankfully, former Trump is not seriously injured. I spoke with him last night. I'm grateful. He's doing well, and Jill and I keep him and his family in our prayers. We also extend our deepest condolences to the family of the victims who was killed. Corey was a husband, a father, a volunteer firefighter, a hero, sheltering his family from those bullets. We should all hold his family and all those injured in our prayers.
Can I ask you guys a question? It's basically the exact same thing he said at 1:30.
Yeah.
Why did he need to come out at 8 o'clock and to basically say the same thing?
Well, he had to do it live this time because the first time was probably scripted and it took him 30 takes to do it.
I think the thing at 1:30 was live. This I don't think it was live.
Oh, okay. I figured one of them would have had to be at least recorded.
I don't know that for a fact, but I'm just guessing that
Well, maybe if he wants to really dial it back, maybe he should, since MSNBC and CNN get all their talking points directly from the White House and the press secretary, why don't you stop slandering 74 million Americans?
He made a Freudian slip when talking about how Americans resolve our differences. I mean, cut 23, Phil, go.
But in America, we resolve our differences at the battle box.
Yeah.
That's how we do it, at the battle box, not with bullets.
Yeah. On the Xbox. We do it on the battle box. We do it via Call of Duty.
Jesus, man.
On the PlayStation 5, the battle box, man, not a joke.
What the ever-loving F
mail-in battles
is he talking about?
Absentee battle boxes.
And not only did he say it wrong the first time, I thought maybe he would correct himself. No.
The battle box.
He said it wrong the second time, too.
I'm serious. But in America, we resolve our differences at the battle box. That's how we do it, at the battle box, not with bullets.
At the battle box.
At the Battle of Saratoga.
All right. I got to ask you guys a question. Do you think battle box is written on the teleprompter?
Probably.
You think people are trolling him now on his own?
I don't know.
The battle box. On the beatbox.
What?
He really is Ron Burgundy.
Obama. Remember the Obama quote. Never underestimates Joe's ability to F things up.
Yeah, you've lived it for almost 4 years, folks.
I know. All right.
All right, that'll do it.
Wow.
Round one of the cut sheet in the books. Quick break. We'll come back at Dawn's Big Three on the other side, and your calls, 855-839-1210. It is Kayal and Company, but first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group, specifically Piazza Mazda in Westchester, where right now you can check out the 2024 Mazda CX-30. This dynamic model, it offers 8 different trim levels, creating a perfect fit for every lifestyle. I test drove it about 13 weeks ago. What a great value. Ton of bang for your buck. And when it comes to performance, iActive all-wheel drive is standard, and the available turbocharged engine packs a surprising punch. And you're also getting a 5-star overall safety rating. You can check it out today. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester, Reading, or online at piazzamazda.com.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun.
Join AARP Philadelphia on July 25th for a virtual tour of the Renoir and Women exhibit at the Barnes Foundation. Learn more at aarp.org/local.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better.
You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to jabraenhance.com/try. That's JABRA enhance.com/try. jabraenhance.com/try.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 70% off site-wide. Treat yourself with savings on heart-healthy omega-3s, pain-relieving anti-inflammatories, natural immunity boosters, and so much more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 70% off all natural solutions for your highs and lows, from high blood pressure, cholesterol, low energy, testosterone. Rescue's got you covered. Hurry on over. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you at res-q.com. Do it today.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Inflation fears started in 2021. The warning signs were everywhere. But Senator Bob Casey ignored the warnings and sided with the liberals in Washington, voting for trillions in reckless, wasteful spending. And all that reckless spending made inflation worse, driving up prices on almost everything you buy. Now, Pennsylvania families are paying the price for Senator Casey's reckless spending. Our state's been hit the hardest by higher prices. With Senator Casey's reckless spending, grocery prices are up 25%. Rent, it's up 21%, and electricity's up 29%. Senator Casey helped create this mess, and now Pennsylvania families are struggling to make ends meet. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act, and fight against inflationary government spending. Paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
Free speech lives here with Don Stenslin weekdays 10 till noon. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal Company, 8:49 Monday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Going to be a scorcher, 98 degrees. And I'm not talking about the bad boy band from the late 90s. I'm talking about the temperature. 855-839-1210. We'll get Dawn's Big Three right off the top. But we wrap up the 8 o'clock hour with your phone calls right now at 855-839-1210. David is in Allentown. He's got some tactical experience. David, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hello, sir. How you doing?
Hey, David.
Just a couple of questions. Maybe I can help out with some information. Our team would be called every once in a while to help with presidential details. And so I'll give you an idea. It is true that the Secret Service handles the inner perimeter. That being said, the locals, and we'll call our team the local for now, is responsible for everything else. But there's a clear delineation as to who's going to do what, and more specifically, where everybody is going to be. That started basically in the 70s when there was a SWAT officer that almost got killed when he was scoping the Pope. He wanted to see the Pope better, and he put his rifle scope on the Pope, and he almost got killed. So ever since then, there's been a clear delineation. Who's going to do what? Where are you going to be? So the question was, why were there two Secret Service snipers on a roof? They were there because they usually work in pairs. One guy's usually the observer. One guy's usually is on the scope.
Okay.
They may have, because of the size of the crowd, they may have had both guys on the scopes looking at things over. The problem with being on the scope is the more magnification you have, the less of a field of vision. So whoever was supposed to be watching the rooftops, I don't know where they were, because generally speaking, sniper posts are not shared. So that if you have the Secret Service on a post, you don't put a local team next to them, because you get some distraction on communications and things like that. Because what one team is supposed to be doing, the other team is not. So you have this. You can have this distraction. So usually the teams are separated. My question then becomes, where were the locals at? The other thing that comes up is that if you have an open field, if you have open field oversight that's required like that, the Secret Service will also say to the locals, do you have the capacity to cover distances up to whatever the distance happens to be? And the locals are responsible for saying, yes, we can cover up to a certain distance, 700-800 meters. That's what our guys are trained for, whatever it is. And the Secret Service signs off on that and says, okay, you do that. If they don't have that capacity, then it's up to the Secret Service to provide that.
Great
insight. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes total sense. Great insight, David. Let me ask you this, just ballpark here, whistling into the wind, so to speak. How many Secret Service agents do you think were there in total, and how many local authorities from the Butler Police Department, if that's their name, were on the grounds. If you had to take a guess, what do you think the total raw number is?
You mean for real? I have no idea. I mean, I have no idea. If you think about what you need, if you think about what you need, what works out well, if you want to look at standards and things like that, it's easy to cover 45 degrees of oversight if you're looking at distance.
Okay.
So basically anywhere from 30 to 45 degrees of oversight. So whatever you need. I don't know what the plans look like, and I don't know, what was there, and you also don't know what was budgeted and what officers were available. I mean, for me to put a number on that is just,
I would have to imagine, though, like in Butler, PA, that's got to be top priority. I mean, I'm not saying it's got to be 100% of your resources allocated to just that spot, probably throughout the town, the roads coming in. You obviously have to have police for the community if another event would transpire, not affecting the rally. But, I mean, I can't imagine from a budgeting standpoint or a resources standpoint that you would be understaffed for something like Donald Trump, who's been there before. This is a spot that he has been at in the past. So it's not like this was the first time ever showing up in Butler, PA for an event. Let me wrap up quickly here with Mike. He says that he had some family that was there as well. Mike, go right ahead.
Hi, Nick. I'm originally from Ridley Park. I moved out here about a year ago in the Pittsburgh area because my daughter's going to school. My daughter and her boyfriend got tickets to the rally. They're 18 years old, so it's their first political vote coming up. She got tickets, and they escorted her, and she's on the side bleachers to the left of Trump, the first row. And she was complaining the whole time because they were allowing people to stand in front of her. So she's on bleachers, and there's supposed to be a path that's supposed to be clear, the actual path that they brought him out after he was shot. And there was just people standing there. They could have easily rushed the stage. I sent a few pictures onto your Twitter account. She also has a picture where we can see the building, and you may see an outline of the shooter. From one of her pictures that was taken.
Is your Twitter Miquette742223?
Yes.
Okay.
Mike C, yes.
Yep, I am seeing them right now. Or yeah, Mike.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
And you can only imagine the 5 minutes. I was able to get a hold of her pretty quickly, probably before it even broke the news.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was watching it live on Fox. Imagine the 5 minutes of hell I had trying to get a hold of her, making sure she was okay.
Yeah.
Fortunately, her boyfriend is an experienced hunter, and he recognized gunshots right away, and he tackled her to the ground and got her. So in one of those pictures, you can see his hat right above the railing. That's as the shots are being fired, and people you can see are starting to look at what's going on.
Yeah.
And my daughter's underneath. He's holding her down because he recognized there's gunshots coming. That's his hat sticking right above the rail.
I see all three of the tweets. I think you sent 3 of them with pictures. I just retweeted them for our audience so they can see them as well. Mike, thank you so much for the insight. I'm glad your family's safe.
Thank you.
You got it. Mike from Aliquippa, formerly Ridley Park. 855-839-1210. We'll continue with calls if you want to jump in and share your thoughts and reaction to what transpired Saturday night. Dawn will have a big 3. We've got our morning mystery movie clip, more of the cut sheet in about 35 minutes, and a whole lot more. It's Kayal and Company here on this Monday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Find out what healthcare practitioners already know. Topperson can help your feet feel better. Our patented foot pain relief cream offers soothing, moisturizing relief that can help with everything from neuropathy to normal wear and tear. With 14 proprietary ingredients, Topperson Foot is the miracle foot relief you need to try. Guaranteed Topperson Foot is available at CVS Pharmacy, Walgreens, and at Amazon, Walmart, and Topperson.com. Turn back the clock on your aching feet. Topperson, rub it in. Use only as directed.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School in Warminster, PA, Saturday, September 28th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The river broke, the bloodwood and the desert oak, holding wrecks and boiling diesels, steaming 45 degrees. The time has come to save face fair.
9:02, Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour here on a very interesting Monday. When we signed off Friday morning and wrapped up 2 weeks with Sean Farish, the return of Stocker on Monday, was not expecting to spend 3 hours and 2 minutes on an attempted assassination of Donald Trump. But then again, when you think about the escalation over 8 or 9 years and everything that's come his way, sadly, many people were speculating that this day could come one day, and you were labeled a nut job, a conspiracy theorist, as Stocker said earlier, and thankfully, the silver lining is he is alive and well. We'll continue taking your thoughts, 855-839-1210. Also, I want to get to a couple of other stories revolving around the media and Democrats with what they posted on social media in light of Saturday night's disaster, and we'll do that coming up in just a few minutes. But first, let's get to the news, 9:03. Let's get to a Dawn Stenzel in Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
And sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind as we look forward to the kickoff of the RNC convention. Our own Rich Cioli is there representing all of us here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The theme is supposed to be Make America Wealthy Again, and we'll see what the focus is after, of course, over the weekend, Trump's assassination attempt, which brings me to the story of the hero dad who we've talked about, Fire Chief Corey Comparatori. That GoFundMe that Trump's team had created has raised nearly $3.7 million.
Wow.
Dana White, 50 grand, UFC, 50 grand, Vivek Ramaswamy, 30 grand. But that GoFundMe continues to explode. It's not just for the slain fire chief, his daughter Allison writing this just heart-wrenching post on Facebook talking about her dad and how he just jumped to shield, especially, his daughters, but his wife, his entire family, and died a hero. It just rips your heart out.
Yes, it does.
We also have the names of the others injured because, of course, we've heard about Corey and hearing his story, and Governor Josh Shapiro, among many others, even Joe Biden referring to him, the Pennsylvania victims amid the assassination attempt. But we had others as well who survived here in Pennsylvania as Pennsylvania natives, I should say. And we also saw that Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's now obviously a representative in Texas in Congress, he had put out there that his nephew suffered minor injuries, had a graze wound to his neck. So we're not even talking about those who had so-called, other injuries. But here in Pennsylvania, we know that that GoFundMe that was set up organized by Meredith O'Rourke, all of it goes to the victims who are in the hospital this morning. So not just the family of the slain former fire chief Corey Comparatori, but as well 2 other Pennsylvania residents who suffered and were initially, we were told they were in critical condition. So as of this morning, they're critical but stable. And so it looks like they'll be able to save their lives. We also have former First Lady Melania Trump. She released a statement talking about watching that violent bullet strike her husband, Donald, realized, quote, my life and Barron's life were on the brink of devastating change. And she talks about, let us remember when the time comes to look beyond the left and the right, beyond the red and the blue. We all come from families with the passion to fight for a better life together while we are here in this earthly realm. She says, quote, dawn is here again. Let us reunite now.
Dawn is here again.
You are
Wow.
here, Dawn.
Look at
She loves
Some
me.
would say Dawn never left.
Dawn is here again.
I'm very Trump-like in the fact that I'm saying, Dawn, yes, she loves me. What can I say? But it was really, seriously, it was a beautiful, eloquent statement. As she's grateful, expressing her gratitude that her husband and the father of her son, their only son, is alive.
I think she meant to say Greg is here again.
Thank you very much.
Greg, I love you too, darling.
Because when Dawn takes 2 weeks off, it's usually because she goes to Italy.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, our Italy crew, we were all going back and forth over the weekend, just talking about this whole thing. We are under another heat advisory, by the way. That's a crazy situation. And number 3, I have to go to this because we're on verdict watch. We could get a verdict any moment. Let us not forget, this may have been one of the lead stories locally, if you will. Senator Bob Menendez, they could put him away. Will he be freed, exonerated, acquitted, or will so-called Gold Bar Bob, former powerful, New Jersey senator, will he be exonerated or will they send him to federal prison?
After he threw his wife under the bus, I hope Nadine is the one who reads the verdict. Lady's got
goodness.
Stage 3 breast cancer or whatever it was, stage 4.
Just had surgery.
My God.
My God.
Sometimes you get what you deserve, sir.
It's so true. We are sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind, Changing Lives, a nonprofit organization located right in South Jersey, Cherry Hill. Best Work Industries for the Blind, providing training as well as employment for people who are either blind or visually impaired. For all the employment opportunities, or if you want to donate, go to bestworkindustries.org. Our big three here on this incredible news day, historic news day, really, as Kayal and Company News Live, and our big three just brings you the very latest minute by minute here on Kayal and Company.
Thank you very much, Dawn. We'll get back to your calls in just a second. So if you're on hold, hang tight. A couple of spots if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. So Forbes deletes an article. I teased this earlier, asking a bizarre question about Trump. So Forbes deleted an opinion article on Sunday asking whether former President Donald Trump, surviving an assassination attempt, will help him, quote, appeal to black voters. This was written by Forbes contributor Sean Harper, who serves as a tenured professor, and he was described by Forbes, hold on to your steering wheels for this one, as a DEI expert. It's just another made-up title. I'm a DEI expert.
Yes.
He wrote the article, which bore the headline, quote, will surviving gunfire be Donald Trump's next appeal to black voters?
Oh, God.
The piece appeared to suggest that black Americans are more likely to be involved in shootings and therefore would sympathize with the presumptive GOP nominee following his assassination attempt. After the article was posted and deleted, a flood of negative reaction to the post appeared on social media. It's just like, these are the kind of things, after a man almost lost his life, that the geniuses at Forbes are cranking out in the content department, only to not stand by what they write and then subsequently delete it. And speaking of things that are posted and written and then deleted and people get fired, let me get to this guy. Democrat Benny Thompson. I remember I cited him in the Big Take because he was one of the guys back in April that was saying if you are a convicted felon, you should be stripped of your Secret Service protection. So one of his aides gets fired over the weekend over a Donald Trump shooting post. So the headline from the Washington Times, Rep. Benny Thompson fires congressional staffer over a now deleted Facebook post appearing to support a shooter's assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Benny Thompson says, quote, I was made aware of a post made by a staff member, and she is no longer in my employment, said Mr. Thompson, Democrat from Mississippi. The post, captured by Super Talk Mississippi News, I would imagine a station similar to ours in Mississippi, on the page of Jacqueline Marsaw, a case manager and field director for Mr. Thompson. And it read the following, and I quote, I don't condone violence, but please get you some shooting lessons so you don't miss next time. Oops, that wasn't me talking, end quote. And then she also goes on to post on her social media page, quote, couldn't happen to a nicer fellow, but was it staged? That's what your hate speech got you. Benny Thompson ultimately firing this deranged lunatic that worked on his campaign and staff for, once again, talk about poor taste and maybe not saying what you think on social media sometimes, and it might actually lead to you not being fired, you deranged nutbag. And then on top of it, the trifecta. This is apparently from the Pacific Northwest. Jason Rantz is a conservative talk show host on 770 AM KTTH. I think you see him from time to time on Fox News. He's got weird eyebrows. He's in the J.D. Vance company. Strange-looking cat. I don't know. In Seattle, it rains a lot. You don't go outside much, I guess. But the mayor of Aberdeen, Douglas Orr, liberal mayor, according to Jason Rantz on mynorthwest.com, is standing by his claim that the assassination attempt against Donald Trump could have been staged. So here's liberal conspiracy theory guy. He said he thinks Trump may have cut himself, and he is asking for independent doctors to review the injury.
I saw that.
Yeah. Quote, ears bleed a lot. I hope they check to make sure it wasn't just a self-inflicted scratch. The shooter is dead, so we will never know if it was staged.
Think about the absurd nature of this. So Trump would have to, in order to stage this, Trump would have to assume that this 20-something-year-old was such a not bad shot, good shot, that he would just graze his ear.
Just a little. Like Mike Tyson biting Evander Holyfield.
Like just think logically about how this whole thing plays out. Like, what are you?
Well, let's take it to you talk about staged and scripted. So it's like pro wrestling. So when Trump fell behind the podium, he was like Ric Flair. He got a razor blade, and he just, like wrestlers cut their forehead after getting hit with the chair.
Yeah.
So Trump just nicked himself with a razor blade and popped back up. This was all orchestrated, folks.
I just can't. That's why the worst place you can be, and I know people are going to argue with me on YouTube. I get it. Everybody's like, some of the best information we got was from Twitter. Okay. But all I'm saying is the worst place you can be on after a horrible event like this is social media, because nobody knows what the F they're talking about, and people just start spouting things.
Well, I was in a no-win situation. It was either be on social media when it happened, or where I was in Kutztown, Pennsylvania, with my mother-in-law. So I was damned if I did and damned if I didn't. So I had no easy exit strategy. God. 855-839-1210. Let's get some calls. Jeff is in Bucks County. He is up next. Jeff, you go right ahead.
Yes, a couple things.
Yep.
I would seriously like to hear the policeman or sheriff who confronted the shooter, because he's the real hero, I think, because it probably made the shooter rush his shot, and I think I'd like to hear his story come out eventually, because it just amazes me how somebody could get that close. My second point is I have a song for them to play before Trump takes the stage at the RNC. It's called I'm Still Standing by Elton John.
I'm Still Standing by Elton John.
That's a good one.
Yes, I think it's a perfect song.
Okay, maybe we can play that a little bit later when we come back from a break.
Elton John.
Great, thank you.
By the way, Elton John will not allow that song to be played for Trump. So
will that get us flagged on YouTube?
I have no idea.
Okay.
But he did allow, because he was at Rush Limbaugh's wedding.
Yes, but when everybody else was abandoning Joe Biden, Elton John was sticking with him. So I'm just saying that he's not going to allow that to be played.
Yeah.
There's no chance.
Bill is in Montgomery County. He's up next. Bill, you go right ahead.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, I just wanted to say, getting back to George Stephanopoulos and Martha Raddatz, they are not blameless with that back and forth they had yesterday. If they have countenanced their friends comparing Trump to Hitler or a fascist, they were making an assassination attempt almost inevitable. And I use the example, if you or I could go back to Germany in the 1930s and assassinate Hitler or support somebody assassinating Hitler, will we do it? Sure. So when you conflate Trump being an American Hitler, you're going to invite assassination, and unless George and Martha, come along and say that they've never, countenanced that, they've never entertained that notion among any of their colleagues, which I don't think so. I think they're playing into that narrative.
Yeah, I would love to take, and I know there's still a few people alive, Holocaust survivors, and ask them directly, hey, when you hear the mainstream media call Donald Trump Hitler, how does that make you feel? Just a guess on my part, I would think that enrages them as a survivor of the Holocaust. I'm also getting tweets, speaking of the media, people tweeting that the little tag team on MSNBC, the husband and wife show.
Morning Joe.
Yeah, Morning Joe.
They're off the air this morning.
Yeah,
because allegedly, the MSNBC bosses are like, because they have a panel of 97 people, they're worried that one of them is going to say something incendiary.
Okay, see, I was looking at it from the different perspective. Maybe people were thinking that I was going to say that and you would say what I'm about to say. I'm wondering, is it just a scheduled vacation because it's the middle of July? Were they supposed to be off today, right?
I would agree with you, Nick. I would agree with you. However, that show goes on whether they're there or not.
That's
like
right.
there's other people that host. It's like this show. Like this show goes on whether the three of us are here or not. So no, this is them physically taking them off the air. Like, are you
If your hosts can't handle that type of day responsibly, they shouldn't be in that position.
100%.
Right?
100%. This is absurd to me that MSNBC decided that they were not going to put on their morning show because they were afraid they were going to say something incendiary. Like, are you kidding?
What do you think? Even money, if they were on the air, that they would mention Hitler again today? I could totally see it happening. And look, if they're not on this morning, what does that mean about tonight? Isn't this the one night of the week that Mad Cow works? Joy Reid's going to be on at 7 o'clock, is she not?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sorry, Don.
I mean, they're the Hitler parade.
I just wonder if, because they make a lot of money, they have this panel, is this an opportunity? I mean, I just have to wonder, is this an opportunity for them for their show to be canceled? Because they make a ton of money. I don't think their ratings are that great.
Oh,
and so go back to this is a corporation, and they're looking at these two, take away the politics from it, but these two don't deliver the ratings. And so in my humble opinion, they make a ton of money. And so is this an opportunity to say, nah, you guys are too progressive, far left, and boom. I mean, to cancel them out is
MSNBC saying we've gone too far left?
No, it's money in the game of rock, paper, scissors. Money and profits always supersizes everything.
But
right?
even if they are highly paid, which obviously they are, all those people on those shows are making seven figures with ease. And even if their ratings are low, if their advertising revenue is so high, I mean, there's people in talk radio around the country that don't have massive ratings, but they bring in a ton of money, and it's not necessarily about rating. I can't imagine that. Now, if you want to sit here, and even though they don't do it, but at least they try to say they are, CNN's trying to slide back to the middle. MSNBC, like I've always said, they do left-wing more successfully than CNN does. I can't imagine them dumping that show. But I mean, Dawn, you're the TV person, so you would know far better than me.
The fact that they've basically canceled Mika and Joe. That's what they've just done, and they're putting on the breaking news coverage of everything. So they're going to more of a hard news format to say, let's just cover. There's so much news, and I know Willie Geist over the weekend was part of that breaking news situation. He did a good job. I simply think there's more to this. I think these two are considered high-paid divas who don't deliver in the ratings, and they can put on others and save a ton of money. Wow. That's just my take.
Very interesting. I like it. 855-839-1210. It's 9:20. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What is she doing? I never know what she's doing back there. Just living the dream. Where'd you get that girl? She's hot. I got her yesterday. Yesterday? Yeah. I rode my bike over to a cemetery nearby. Her boyfriend just died. You met her at a funeral? Yeah. Dude died in a hang gliding accident. What an idiot. Oh, I'm hang gliding. Honey, take a good picture. I'm dead.
Think you know what it is? Call it 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Today, if you can identify that movie and be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, how about a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies versus the Hartford Yard Goats at First Energy Stadium. Love minor league team names, by the way. In Reading, Pennsylvania. It's coming up Sunday, August 4th. For tickets, visit ReadingPhillies.com. The R-Phils and the Hartford Yard Goats. That's right. Minor League Baseball 4-pack of tickets. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. See if we get our winner on the other side, as well as what's on the cut sheet part 2 as we continue. It's Kayal and Company. Back after this.
By registering for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event, you'll see real statements from Crash Proof Retirement clients documenting how the exclusive Crash Proof Retirement system credits double-digit interest returns, even during the worst of recent stock market downturns.
Rob Lukens, Birdsboro, Pennsylvania. During COVID, when everything was going down in the stock market, we saw our investment with Crash Proof grow 15%, which was unheard of. Markets weren't growing that way. The interest we made through Crash Proof's investments, we keep it. We don't lose anything. We keep every penny that we invested. The worst that's going to happen is you keep your money. Crash Proof gives me great peace of mind. And I would recommend anybody who sees this or hears this to give Crash Proof a call. Pick the phone up, call. It's simple.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club, July 23rd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Tired of hearing scary ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. We may be able to significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe to the IRS. Taxpayers should know. Huge savings are now being made available through the Fresh Start program that can drastically reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. Even if you haven't filed your taxes in years or are facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, or under audit, we can help. We've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today. To see what savings you may qualify for, visit us online at TRA.com or call us at 800-511-0379, 800-511-0379. Again, that's 800-511-0379. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
It's one thing falling in love with a house, picturing yourself moving in and calling it home, and quite another navigating the world of price negotiating, mortgage lenders, and finding the budget that works best for you. An agent who's a Realtor can make understanding that world easier. Realtors have the expertise, access to proprietary data, and tools to help you get from imagining living somewhere to actually doing it. That's the kind of help we can provide. Because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better.
You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/try. That's JABRA Enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
You can still look great in that bathing suit this summer since it only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds with NJ Diet. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Within a week of starting, you will notice pounds coming off and you'll feel good too since you are doing it the natural way, quickly and safely. You can still get slimmer this summer and without any shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com to lose the weight for good.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and the Bentz Dental Group. His state-of-the-art facility makes your dentistry as easy as can be. Recently, they had a permanent tooth put in, and you know how it is. In the past, you bite down, it's too high, it's always too high. The back and forth getting it just right. Well, not this time. With Dr. Bentz, it fit perfectly the first time. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb. Are you looking for a place to call home? Say hello to hassle-free home loans with American Heritage Credit Union. Our team will guide you through every step from pre-approval to closing. And with the MyCU Home Connection program through American Heritage, you can unlock exclusive benefits, including a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discount when you buy or sell a home. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/homeconnection to learn more. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company 932 as we continue this segment brought to you by Discover Lancaster. Discover more of Lancaster all aboard the steam train this week in Lancaster County on the Strasburg Railroad for wine and cheese. How about that? Or trivia night. Just a 90-minute drive from Philadelphia. Plan your getaway today. Brian's in West Berlin. He's identified our movie. Brian, what movie clip did we just play for you?
Wedding Crashers.
That is correct, sir. How's a 4-pack of Reading Phillies tickets sound?
Awesome. Can't wait.
All right, brother. Thank you for listening and playing. Brian, our winner here on this Monday morning. Apparently, the New York Post has the first exclusive interview with Donald Trump. I've got a couple of excerpts here before we get to part 2 of the cut sheet. Trump says that he was hit so hard by Secret Service, who rushed to protect him, that his shoes fell off. I mentioned that earlier this morning. You can hear him on the hot mic saying, wait, let me get my shoes. I guess he got tackled by an NFL linebacker, so that would explain that. The former president said he wanted to keep speaking, but obviously had to leave. The Post also confirms that a small chunk of Trump's ear is gone, which was protected by a white bandage during their interview. Trump also showed the Post a large bruise on his forearm that he got from hitting the ground. He says, quote, they took him out with one shot right between the eyes. They did a fantastic job. And how about this? Trump saying that he will be attending the funeral of Corey Comparatore, who lost his life at the rally. So that's a very, very nice gesture. So just wanted to pass that along. I guess the New York Post with a very detailed interview and got first dibs on 45. All right, 9:34. Let's get to a Monday edition of what Greg Stocker has lined up for What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 is sponsored by, yes, Budget Blinds. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blind shade, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no-questions-asked warranty in the business. Budgetblinds.com. Thank you, Budget Blinds, for sponsoring the ever-important Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. By the way, a listener just texted in who might or might not be a sales manager here, who's in Dublin, Ireland, and is listening to Kayal and Company right now, live in Dublin, Ireland.
How about that?
So the time difference, I'm sure we're probably like an afternoon show there.
I do PM lovely. Drive in Dublin.
Rob Clusian enjoying himself in Dublin, Ireland. This just happened, so I don't have the video because I literally just pulled it. So Alejandro Mayorkas was on with George Stephanopoulos this morning on Good Morning America. So you're hearing this first right here because God knows you are not watching that show. So Stephanopoulos asked him about the allegations that they had rebuffed requests from President Trump's security details to increase protective resources.
Okay.
I'm sure you guys heard that floating around yesterday. This is what he said, according to that, from Alejandro Mayorkas.
You also received a letter from the chairman of the House Homeland Security Committee that suggests your department may have, quote, rebuffed multiple requests from President Trump's security detail to increase protective resources. How do you respond to that?
That is unequivocally false assertion. We keep very close watch on a very dynamic threat environment. The president, the former president, are commonly, consistently under threat. We take every single threat seriously. We make security adjustments as are warranted. We had enhanced security for the former president beginning at least in June. We have not received any requests for additional security measures that were rebuffed. That assertion is unequivocally false.
Unequivocally false from the mouth of the same lying weasel skunk who said the border is secure. Yeah, I don't take his words. I can't even take them seriously. I just... That guy. I'm telling you, you guys know, of all the people in this, that guy just, I don't know what it is about him. It's his look, his sound, everything about him. A man who let 11 million people in. Oh, no, Trump's taking care of. Trust us.
For those of you just tuning in, first of all, where have you been? We started.
We started 6 a.m.
It's been a while since I played.
They are looking into, there's an investigation happening. So, dozens of people. They'll put their best guys on it. Dozens of people will be fired. Yeah, nobody's going to get fired. Dawn, however, thinks that somebody will.
Kim Cheadle, I believe.
Nobody will be fired.
Who was less than 2 years, about 2 years ago, was assigned the head job at the Secret Service. She was also on the detail of Biden when he was the VP. I think we will see her resign this week. That's my
bold prediction.
Yeah, very bold. Let me just throw this out. And I've seen this on Twitter, so I immediately want to.
So it's got to be.
Immediately,
false.
I Googled it. Apparently, this is a real headline. It looks like there's a bunch of sources popping up that would, I think, verify it. The Denver Post, I guess, has a Sunday edition. It's called the Sunday Denver Post, and they've got the picture of Trump with the bloody face and the fist up. And the headline is 4 words, and they're being roasted for this, again, with just the way the media portrays things. And the headline is, right on the front page of the Denver Post, "Gunman dies in attack."
What?
I did see that.
So that is real.
I don't know if it's real or not.
Okay.
I don't know if it's real or not, but I did see that.
I mean, the New York Times.
Please tell me that's a meme.
I'm looking at all sorts of sources here that have it. I mean, again, just because multiple people have it doesn't make it mean it's true. But, I mean, gunman dies in attack? I mean, but then again, I cited you the New York Times today in the big take compared to the New York Post, where the Post is using the word assassination attempt because that's what it was. All right, there's no other way to characterize it. You have to have, Dawn, you're the journalist. Don't you have to, whether it's a newspaper, a tweet, a video montage, doesn't the word assassination attempt have to be, or words I should say, doesn't that have to be in your headline? There's no other way to do it, right?
I would think. So to me, they're doing backflips to try to avoid Trump and assassination attempt in any headline.
It's almost like they refuse to acknowledge he's the victim here.
Yeah.
You know? I don't know. Maybe that's not true, but from what I gather, but I can't really find the Denver Post website, so it could be a total screenshot, Photoshop, whatever you call them. Gotta hate people.
I mean, a United States senator tweeted the headline, so I don't know. That doesn't make it true or not. But,
right.
More from Mayorkas on the investigation into what happened on Saturday.
We're going to be joined now by Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. I believe there he is. Okay, Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us this morning. We just heard a little bit about the investigation. I think a lot of people are having questions about how a gunman could get up to the roof with a clear line of sight on the president. You oversee the Secret Service. What went wrong? What's being done about it?
George, let me at the very outset echo President Biden's important words of yesterday evening. We are so very grateful that former President Trump is okay. Our hearts are with the Comprador family that lost a father and a husband, and we are praying for those injured for a full and speedy recovery. George, a direct line of sight like that to the former president should not occur. That is precisely why President Biden directed that an independent review of the incident occur. That will be done in close coordination with the FBI, which is conducting a separate criminal investigation, the importance of which cannot be overstated. We have to learn everything about the assailant, who, of course, the Secret Service so bravely and heroically neutralized. And we are going to really study the event independently and make recommendations to the Secret Service and to me so that we can assure the safety and security of our protectees, which is one of our most vital missions in the Secret Service, the Department of Homeland Security, and across the government.
We are going to head into the film room today, boys, and break down the tape and see where we went wrong and correct the errors of our past.
Oh, God.
You know, we talked about this earlier. And we've seen this, locally. I mean, we've had that story here in North Philadelphia, the owner of the gas station convenience store where his customers didn't feel safe and he had to hire out of his own pocket and pay security guards to, arm the parking lot so you can fill up and then go in and get a cup of coffee without being shot. If you're Donald Trump, beyond the Secret Service protection that's provided to you, and I know Trump has said all the right things publicly about, how heroic the person was that jumped in front of him, and then the sniper that put one between the eyes of the shooter. If you're Trump behind closed doors, are you adding more of your own hand-selected personal security? Because he certainly can afford it. He's got all the resources. I mean, I would, right?
He should.
I would. I mean, I don't want to end up like Kennedy. I would. I don't know that he will. I mean, he's a fighter, a fist pump the whole bit, even though CNN doesn't like the fact that he said fight, fight, fight.
Does not like that.
God forbid you say fight, fight, fight after you get your ear blown off. CNN.
All right. That's what I got.
All right, that'll do it.
But wait, let me just say this. Where are we as far as because I know you're going to go into a spot here with the Families Behind the Badge.
Thank you for the reminder.
Where are we? It's almost like I'm doing this on
purpose.
Air for purpose.
Yeah.
Where are we as far as donations go? Because $20,000, we need in a week. I'm injured. I have a sprained ankle, Dawn Stensler.
Yeah. My trainer.
I have a sprained ankle.
But you were saving your family off a pontoon boat or something, right?
Greg dove on top of his wife and kids to protect them from rogue clams.
Yes.
After he ate them all.
I injured myself. I rolled my ankle off of a curb like any normal 44-year-old does.
Yep.
And I don't know if my doctor is advising me not to ride the bike ride.
Okay. Well, we are over 16,000.
Wow. Oh,
but
boy.
I've lost official track because once we hit our 15K goal, any new donations that we get, the emails that I get, the counter starts at $0.
Oh.
So it's been building back up.
$16,199.
Okay.
So we need
3,800?
We need, about $3,800 left. Thank you for that math. Nick, Kayal.
38, 39, somewhere in that ballpark. Yeah.
All right.
In 5 days.
We need to raise that in 5 days in order for me to not ride. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm hurt.
Yeah.
I'm injured. What am I going to do?
I did 10 miles last Wednesday. Yeah. First day. Everything goes good. Dave Madden's like, boy, you look like you just got, you've been cycling for the last year. I'm like, yeah, it's all good. And then we were supposed to ride again yesterday, 8 a.m., because Dave Madden had to be up in the Poconos for the Pocono 400 race that he was going to go to.
Yeah.
And he sends me a text about his meniscus, his knee. I don't even know if he's going to be able to ride.
Oh, no.
So we'll see.
Well,
I think he should just take a cortisone shot and suck it up, but that's his knee, not mine.
Go to gregstockersucks.com. It's an easy website. You can just gregstockersucks.com. Please do $3,800 to get to our $20,000 goal.
Yes.
All that we're asking, $20,000 by Friday.
Yep. You sure you want that goal? You sure you want to ride that bike?
I told you I
know you did.
Everybody's calling this fake news. Would you like to see the bruises on my ankle that look like?
Is this a cheap fake? Are these doctor's photos?
Look at my supportive sock. Look at my supportive sock, Dawn.
Dawn, can you confirm or deny?
I want to see the bruises.
Look at my supportive sock.
I see the bruises.
See my supportive sock?
They're black and blue.
It's fake.
I am injured, damn it.
It's fake news.
It's hurt.
I don't believe anything anymore.
$3,800 right now. gregstockersucks.com.
I will not believe it until Benny Johnson verifies it on Twitter.
All right, we have to go to break.
All right, we'll find out. We'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show. Also, today in music history, but of course, Families Behind the Badge. Hopefully, you will join us again in supporting the Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's coming up this Sunday. Hard to believe it's almost here. Sunday, July 21st. You can ride 65 miles from Philly to AC, or if you wanted to, the 30-mile path, you can do that as well. That's from Hamilton. Family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel after the ride. Register and ride with me in Team 1210, ben2shore.org. When you sign up with the code NICK1210, they'll knock off $25 off of your registration fee. That's ben2shore.org, promo code NICK1210. Families Behind the Badge Children Foundation provides financial relief for the families of fallen and injured first responders and supports the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between police and youth.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Philadelphia? We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Philadelphia for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text INVEST to 64,000. Philadelphia is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Discover the simple steps developed by Joe Arias, one of real estate's greatest rags to riches stories. You'll learn to flip properties and secure rental properties without using your own money and in your spare time. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Philadelphia and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text INVEST to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text INVEST to 64,000.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go: shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms: irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
It's one thing falling in love with a house, picturing yourself moving in and calling it home, and quite another navigating the world of price negotiating, mortgage lenders, and finding the budget that works best for you. An agent who's a Realtor can make understanding that world easier. Realtors have the expertise, access to proprietary data, and tools to help you get from imagining living somewhere to actually doing it. That's the kind of help we can provide. Because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission: to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Slim down this summer with NJ Diet. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's faster and safer than weight loss injections. Lose those extra pounds the safe and natural way without any shots. Get started at njdiet.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
9:53, Kayal and Company winding it down here on a Monday morning as the RNC convention gets underway. You'll hear Zioli live from Milwaukee coming up at 3 o'clock. But first, the Dawn Show is coming up at the top of the hour, and we find out what she has lined up for 10 a.m.
Man, there's so much breaking, so much developing. We'll have it all. We'll hear from law enforcement. We'll hear from the Butler County Sheriff speaking out about the latest. You want to hear that. Sergeant Betsy Brantner-Smith giving her take with some new details on the investigation into the security failure overall after Trump's assassination attempt. RNC, Rich Zioli, calls in live updating us. He's one of the kickoff big speakers for the Pennsylvania delegation just this morning. And then Commonwealth Foundation, Jennifer Stefano, she weighs in on all of this and gives some real insider views. But we have a lot of new details minute by minute.
All right, looking forward to that. And now we find out what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, July 15th, we celebrate the birthdays of Joe Satriani, who's now 68. Mark Ramone, who's now 72, Linda Ronstadt, who's now 78, and Jason Bonham, who's now 58. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Johnny Thunders of the New York Dolls. Singles occurred All Down the Line by the Stones in 72, and The Writing on the Wall by Iron Maiden from 3 years ago. Albums occurred Roger the Engineer by the Yardbirds in 66. Also in 2018, GNR's video of November Rain became the very first to pass 1 billion views on YouTube. In 89, Pink Floyd played a free concert in Venice to 200,000 people. The pictures of that are amazing. And in 78, Some Girls by the Stones was atop the album chart. But lastly, on this day in 89, Aerosmith was forced to cancel their upcoming U.S. tour after Joey Kramer was injured in a freak accident. The drummer's car set on fire and was completely destroyed as he was filling it up with gas. He was admitted to the hospital with second-degree burns. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lundquist.
Thank you very much, Philip. Now we find out from Greg Stalker who won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
The Bachelor Chris wins Twitter. He says, "You people in the dangers of vacation. Something smells fishy. I want Greg to get an MRI on air. There needs to be an investigation." And you, Don, don't think no one caught that pontoon boat reference. There you go.
We're calling this Anklegate now.
Anklegate.
That is correct.
Yeah.
All right, that'll do it for us. Have a great rest of your Monday. Dawn is up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6 reacting to Trump's unity speech. Until then.
Good night, everybody.
You know, summer is here. No time like the present to get back out on the roads. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles are always going to help you find that luxury vehicle. You know you want it. You've been eyeing it on the roadways. Now go get it with a little help from my friends at Piazza. They have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles from some of the most beautiful, powerful, sleek vehicles on the roadways right now. Brands like Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, and more. Just visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Stop by one of their many Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We are Nancy and Robert Harding, and we became Crash Proof members in 2018.
It is important to go